Welcome to Truth Uncompromised. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is justice and freedom to love, live, and be. Music provided by sourcevibrations.com.
I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I will always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken. So it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, July 9th. We have a great show planned for you. We are actually on our 36th episode of the series, The Real Pilgrams, the true story of immigrants coming to America. Wow, I never expected us to go this long with this series, but I am truly getting a lot out of it, and hopefully you are as well, family. Let me give you all some of the main sources of reference for this series. We have White Trash, The 400-Year Untold History of Class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. They were white and they were slaves. The Untold History of the Enslavement of Whites in Early America by Michael A. Hoffman II. And then these next two books, this is the second time we are using them in a series. They were the main source of material for the Black Nobility series. The first one is The Negro Question, Part 4, The Missing Link by Lee Cummings. And The Negro Question, Part 6, The 13 Black Colonies. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to bring on my lovely co-host. I see both of them there. I see Sis Sandra. Oh, there she is. Let me bring on Sis and then Brother Sean. I'll bring on Sis Sandra first. Oh, shoot. Hopefully I didn't I muted her again. Sorry, Sis. Peace and love, Sis. How are you?
You too. It's hard to get new things working.
Yeah, I was a little too quick on the mouse. Unmuted you, muted you back. So how
well,
are
at least
you?
I was right to post star 6 and 1.
Yeah, I saw you immediately. I saw you come in, and I'm just me getting used to the system. I have to make sure I have it in Q&A mode also, so you all can do that. And you should be, when you first dial in, hearing a greeting from me, and then the system tells you what you have to do to get in the queue. Yeah.
Hey, family.
All right.
Everybody joined us. The world is jumping.
Yes, it is. Let me bring on Brother Sean. We got so much stuff to go over tonight, y'all. A lot of follow-ups and a lot of supplemental material to the series. So anyhow, let me bring on Brother Sean. Okay. Peace and love, brother.
Wholeness and power, my beauties. How y'all doing?
We
Peace
doing
and love.
well. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
Got my popcorn.
Good.
I know. It's on and popping.
Hop in.
Yes, it is. So before we get into go ahead on with the fuckery, I want to send a shout out to the YouTube family. You all were in the house early. I have Scotty Saturn, Jay, we have Epic Soul, Freya, Shamia, Tressie. Who else came on in the queue? Sis Cheryl,
Marquise.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Marquise Madden Smith.
All right, Marquise. Then I saw Sis Divinity. So love you all. We're gonna get it cracking tonight. And all our family callers, we want to welcome you as well. Send you a hearty peace and love as well. 310-646-615 786, etc. I'm not gonna read out everybody's, but peace and love to you all. Thank you for joining us. Just real quick before we get into go head on with the fuckery, I just kind of want to do a high level recap of what we discussed last week. I tell you, we always venture on so much. We're venturing on so much now that it's to the point that I have to sit down and remember what we went over. I do also want to give some highlights from the declaration that Sis Cheryl read to us last week. Actually, she read it to the world, to put it out in the ethers to make it happen. So we kind of opened up with that. So I'm going to read some highlights from that. specifically going over what the indigenous family of the Americas will do and how we will move forward. If you want to see or get a copy of that declaration in its entirety, it is posted within the YouTube promo and details. And then I also posted it on the Truth Uncompromised Facebook page. So again, thank you very much for that powerful, powerful declaration. Every week I'll read just a highlight from it. And then periodically I will ask Sis Cheryl back on to read it in its entirety, to keep putting that particular declaration out in the ethers for the Indigenous Americas family. All right, so also last week we got into the details yet again of the reverse story of slavery. So specifically, we brought up a map showing how the colonization of Africa strictly came from the Americas, with the Freemen, the melanated Freemen, which were made up of primarily melanated Europeans and some indigenous Americans that partnered with the melanated Europeans, but primarily the melanated Europeans who were granted charters. Okay, now notice the same pattern. The pattern doesn't change. To go over to Africa and start setting up colonization for the purpose of commerce. So the particular map that we brought up, let me see if I can find it, y'all, just to refresh folks' memory. Just a second here. Y'all can't tell me nothing. I got my little tools. Shoot. I gotta find it. And we're going to talk about this map also. I'm telling you, I'm sorry, this particular thing I have before me also. So that's what I get. I done ran my mouth and now I forget which is which. Hold on, family. Hope I'm bringing up the right one.
You know they like that anyway.
I know, right? Okay, so I'm going to try to find that map. If I can't find it now, I'll bring it up later. That pretty much shows you the direct link to the Americas going over to Africa to colonize. On that map, literally the name of, they came over there, renamed stuff, what we're now calling Liberia. And literally they named it after the charter companies that were sponsoring it. So one was Mississippi, it was a couple of them out east, etc. All right, so if you did not catch last week's show, I highly encourage you to go back and take a listen to it. I'll try to pull that map up. I'll have to find where it is. I thought I named it better than this in the materials to bring it back up to the YouTube family. Okay, so before we get started, I do want to go over some highlights from Sis Cheryl's declaration. And again, these are just highlights that I pulled to get it in its entirety. You can definitely get in the details of the YouTube video. I have a link to the declaration in its entirety. So with that said, here we go. Global Notice, Declaration of Decolonization of the landmass formerly known as Turtle Island and the independence of the descendants of the original indigenous people. We were a people once numerous, powerful, and truly independent, found by our ancestors in the quiet and uncontrolled possession of an ample domain, gradually sinking beneath our superior policy. Our arts and our arms have yielded their land by successive treaties, each of which contain a solemn guarantee of the residue until they retain no more of their formerly extensive territory than was deemed necessary to their comfortable substance. So-called Christopher Columbus was sanctioned by the Catholic Church/Vatican to conquer lands that did not belong to them. He and his conquistadors tortured, raped, murdered, and ate the people they found on those lands. Today, their descendants continue to commit various acts of genocide against the indigenous people of those lands. Their laws, history, educational system, sciences, and medicines are further used to supplant the identity of those indigenous heirs to the land. We are the indigenous heirs whose history and inheritance is tied to these lands. Proclaim the following: all lands, resources, property, movable and unmovable, thought to belong to the Catholic Church Vatican during doing business as the United States. United States meaning capital U, capital S. United States, small capital U, States, big capital S, the United States for America. Its international partners or allies are hereby confiscated and reclaimed by the indigenous people, citing the law of Ma'at and Postilium. Land. The term land includes all physical elements in the wealth of a nation bestowed by nature, such as climate, environment, fields, forests, minerals, mountains, lakes, streams, seas, and animals. As an asset, it includes anything on the ground, such as buildings, crops, fences, trees, water. Above the ground, air and space rights. And under the ground, mineral rights down to the center of the earth. Precious metals refer to the classification of metals that are considered to be rare and or have high economic value. The higher relative values of these metals are driven by various factors, including their rarity, uses in industrial processes, and the use as an investment commodity. Precious metals include, but are not limited to, gold, silver, platinum, iridium, rhodium, and palladium. Precious stones refer to several gems, including the diamond, emerald, ruby, and sapphire, that have high economic value because of their rarity of appearance. Human capital. Human beings used as capital in stocks, bonds, certificate, and banking schemes are all free of self-determination. Repossession becomes an act of necessity and is a self-help type of action in which the party having rights of ownership of the property in question takes the property. Note, courts cannot rule nor make judgment when they lack jurisdiction. Therefore, it becomes necessary to forfeit and confiscate land and property thought to belong to the United States, cities, and municipalities, and repeal all U.S. federal government allotted land agreements, historically known as alienated lands and allotted land of Indian country. We, indigenous people, demand restoration of treaty, guaranteed land, as well as monetary compensation. We demand restoration, restitution, repatriation of lands acquired by the United States outside valid treaties. We, the traditional owners, restore ourselves as custodians of this land. Devastation has been caused by the gross mismanagement of the colonists through greed. Also be advised that no monetary amount can compensate for lands illegally seized, particularly those sacred lands necessary for indigenous people to regain sacred coherence. We demand an accounting for monies given in settlement to groups falsely claiming to be descendants of the original indigenous people, descendants of so-called $5 Indians. We are indigenous descendants. We, the indigenous descendants, demand the return of all land, waterways, railroads, roads, buildings, etc. All properties illegally taken from our people who are prisoners of war. The U.S. government ignored the existence of the indigenous people on their own land and treated our land as land free to colonize. We will not purchase any land because the land was never ceded to the United States. The land, along with many, many, many family relics and treasures, are being held in trust. We declare our independence. It's not secession, but a lawful unilateral withdrawal from treaty obligations permitted under the 1969 Vienna Convention as the law of treaties. We are not citizens of the USA. We offer citizenship to anyone who renounces their U.S. citizenship. U.S. colonial rule is at an end. I'll have to say that again. U.S. colonial rule is at an end. The territory of the Republic of Indigenous Americans will include and encompass all the land stolen and held in trust by the U.S. government. This is a manifesto representing the wisdom of thousands of people, the ancestors, and the great mystery, the great spirit. Wakan Takan supports the rights of the indigenous nations to live free and take whatever actions are needed for sovereignty. We want international recognition according to the UN Declaration of Indigenous Rights, which was affirmed, as well as the American Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. We were once a free people and returned to our free status, which was also affirmed by the UN Declaration of Indigenous Rights. We, therefore, terminate all treaties, land restitution, applicant and claimant must be female. According to ancestral culture, customs, and traditions, the return of land is to the maternal line. Land claims will only be honored going back through the maternal line. We demand compensation due to the practice method of supplanter and usurper for the countless generations, all done under the guise of consent. Also, generational testing, usually done under the guise of prevention, such as in the 1950s polio and in the 1930s syphilis, namely the infamous clinical study, the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, conducted between 1932 and 1972 by the U.S. Public Health Services on so-called African Americans, indigenous American men who thought they were receiving free health care from the U.S. government. According to the U.S. Department of Interior agent Walter Plecker and government historian Jack Forbes, the Negro today are the descendants of those people called and referred to as Choctaw, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Chickachamba, I know I'm pronouncing that wrong, Creek, Yamasee, Seminole, Washita, Blackfoot, Shawnee, Shoshone, and many other Southern and Northern Clan tribes. Under the Identity Theft and Assumption Deterrence Act, it is a federal crime when a person knowingly transfers or uses without lawful authority a means of identification of another person with the intent to commit or to aid or abet any unlawful activity that constitutes a violation of federal law or that constitutes a felony under any applicable state and local law. This law was followed by the Theft Penalty Enhancement Act in 2004, which increased penalties for aggregated identity theft. Identity theft and identity fraud are terms used to refer to all types of crime in which someone wrongfully obtains and uses another person's personal data in some way that involves fraud or deception, typically for economic gain. We charge the United States, the United States of America, and the United States for America for our identity theft, a crime they committed in violations of its own law. All of the above make our argument and declaration as a sovereign state, the Republic of Indigenous Americans. Our people never ceded their independence to the U.S. We have a long history as nations, a tradition which the U.S. recognized when it entered into treaty relationships with their governments. The U.S. stole our land, killed and enslaved our people. They tried and even today are trying to annihilate us. We stand firm and say no more. We take a stand to reclaim our land. We are the true autochthonous people of the land. Although they want to usurp our identity, their documents tell the truth. We will no longer identify ourselves by the names, labels given to us by the oppressor. We no longer identify ourselves as something that was created by the colonists. We've taken a very close look at our lineage. Tribes in historiography, ancient myths, and historiography is the belief of the historian or the tribe itself that they were indigenous, the first people to inhabit the possessed land, people who sprung from the earth itself and are the original inhabitants of a country as opposed to settlers. Okay, so again, I want to thank Sis Cheryl. That is just an excerpt from her global notice, her declaration. To get it in its entirety, you can get it in the details of this YouTube video. And so thank you again, Sis Cheryl. All right, family. Whew. All right, sis, here we go. You have any go ahead on with the fuckery? Sis Sandra.
Well, your stuff is in line with the Supreme Court ruling just here recently. Unfortunately, they ruled it in favor of the Native American. They gave the Native, the Muskogee, the Seminole, and the Creek Native American eastern Oklahoma. and that because it has not been removed as a reservation, and the government promised them as they were moving them on the Trail of Tears that they would have a reservation, the Supreme Court has established that they will make them, the United States, keep the treaty.
Okay, so that goes right into identity theft.
Right.
Because unless those are the indigenous, melanated Americans, that is identity theft.
Exactly. So the people filed an action, and it's been there for years. And the justices have just ruled on it. And so Oklahoma is supposed to be losing half of itself, the eastern side of itself, to the Native American. So it's a timely piece of information that has been put forward by Sister and Cheryl, and so therefore, it's going to be some interesting things to be put out there, because I know for fact, and I told by the DNA, that the scientist has proven that the Native American is Assyrian, and they are not the indigenous people of this land.
Exactly.
So that's out of their own scientists' mouth.
Exactly. And you know, it's interesting because we also know that now a focus is being re-brought up on the real Black Friday, what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Right.
And as I stated before, those were the people that were attacked and murdered in the Tulsa, Oklahoma Black Friday. Those were the Freemen. So those were a mixture of the melanated Europeans who married into the melanated indigenous tribes. That was them that walked that trail of tears.
Right.
That's why when they got to Oklahoma and set up shop, they were so wealthy. So we ain't forgot nothing. We know exactly what schemes, all of that shit you're trying to pull, it don't work no more.
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Also, the ones that walk the Trail of Tears are the ones that agreed to get on a reservation.
Exactly.
Where the wouldn't agree to that, and we got put free. So those people, they agreed to the schemes.
And they still screwed them over. Because if the agreement was, this is our territory, leave us the fuck alone. These are our resources, woo-woo, this, that, and the third. And Tulsa was booming. And then the corporation literally comes in and destroys it. So right there is case in point of breaking an agreement. And now you think that we didn't set up here and forgot? You think that we forgot and we're going to allow identity theft to continue?
Well, if we don't speak up, we won't get our stuff back, and I think it's beautiful that you said that. So, as that being said, the planet that is in the eastern sky is getting closer to my house on the west coast here. Not the west coast, but in the west. Mm-hmm. And they are saying that the magnetic shift is 10 times faster than it was.
I saw that. Yep.
And then Gina Marie says the light ships are in the sky. and she said she's going to put a video out there of that. So we're getting into some serious territory here, and things are ratcheting up really quick. All these royals are in trouble. These so-called royals, identity theft again, is in trouble, and they're backing down, and nobody's supporting them, and all this kind of stuff. So it's really kind of an interesting time that we're living in. And of course, as the elections get closer, they are throwing Trumpy Dumpy out of there and making him be exposed. The Supreme Court is ratcheting and getting rid of his stuff because, you know, they don't want their game to be over.
Right.
And the game is over, and so they want somebody in office to still play the game with them. So, and Trump is not giving them everything they want as far as the demonology or democratic existence. And we got to look at those words too, you know, for demons and stuff like that. It was 1554. I think those kind of words were coined in the what you call it, etymology. Etymology. So they have switched, you know, they done made up names to suit themselves. But anyway, so I don't support either one, but I know I like the lesser of two evils if we're going to get them. Our people are going out there marching for freedom and all that kind of stuff, but they're still marching under a false identity. And they need to get out from under that false identity. And the Berkeley professors in the 60s coined these African-American black titles. As a matter of fact, was it Jesse Jackson did the African-American stuff, and they start teaching that stuff in the colleges and in the schools. And then I don't know, people getting paid to put books out there to say that we're African Americans. That's not truth. So, and people will need to stop marching under the colors of black. That's like being a crayon. That's not a person. They need to, and in law, you're dead. In law, the color black means civilis martus, which means you're dead. So our people, if you're going to march it because it's your own land, not because you're a stranger here that's been shipped here by somebody who didn't have no ships to ship you. So that's all I got to say.
Indeed, sis. And Sis Tressie in the chat room said, Sarah, Rector was the little melanated girl that discovered oil in Oklahoma. Yeah, I think if I'm remembering properly, sis, that's she was one of the richest folks in the America, because she had inherited those minerals. So in other words, that land that was her family's land had oil underneath it. And they were fighting over who was going to manage her estate. And when I say they, I'm not talking about no relative, because if I remember correctly, she wound up being orphaned. And it was the state or the corporation that was fighting over to manage her estate. This is a melanated young woman. She was literally a little girl who was wealthy because of the land that was her family's in Oklahoma.
Well, so that's convenient. She was orphaned, isn't it? Just so convenient.
Yeah, so convenient. So convenient. And that proves my point yet again, what really went down in Oklahoma and Tulsa. But I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
You know, it also is going to go to 832 on the idea that Indians not taxed. the Supreme Court ruling, because once we, as Pope Paul the Third, I think it is, says that once we identify ourselves as owning this land, and they even broke all these treaties with us, this ruling here should apply to us. Not just them $5 Indians that stole our titles, but the ones who can prove and say, or not even prove it, but say who you are. Because if your birth certificate say you're a Negro, you are an American Indian or the original to this land. So this is going to change games. It's already in the ethers, Sister Cheryl, and it has come down. They've been sitting on this stuff for some years, I understand, as I was reading this article. So I appreciate it. I appreciated being able to see the changes as it happened. I don't know who this planet is coming, but somebody's in the house.
The young woman's name is Sarah Rector, and thanks T1, March 3rd, 1902 to July 22nd, 1967. Now here's the fuckery. They have the nerve to say was an African American member of the Muskogee Creek. So we know to scratch out that fucking African part. They can go on with the fuckery. She was an indigenous American of the Muskogee Creek Nation.
You know, it's kind of weird though. I was in the store, and people I was at the doctor's office, and they just be staring at me, because I've changed my hair to the Indian style with the two braids running down the side. And then I put on my feathers, because I put on my feathers, their mouth go really drop open. But they just stared at me everywhere I went, and I could, you know how you can see people just staring at you. If you turn right, their eyes turn too. So we gotta step up to the plate and identify ourselves.
Absolutely. Sis Cheryl, thanks, Sis Cheryl, says she was not an orphan, a white man appointed by the probate judge named T.J. Porter controlled all of Sarah's financial affairs, although both her parents were alive.
Gave her conservatorship. Yeah, they do that kind of stuff because they put us as dead. And that means they knew she was not an Indian.
Yeah,
they knew that she was not a native. They knew she was an American.
They knew she was indigenous.
She was indigenous.
But again, they had no jurisdiction to do a goddamn thing concerning her. They only stepped in for the purpose of theft.
Exactly. I wonder if she was born in 1902?
Yeah, it's scrolled up now. It was either 1902 or 1907.
Well, either way, she probably had a birth certificate. See, those birth certificates got us in trouble. And that was Frederick Douglass, I believe, with the birth certificate issues that want us to, register the birth, which gives the government control of your life.
Right, but still again, they have no jurisdiction over you, period.
That's true.
Because I remember, if you're a generational Xer and you grew up with your grandparents, and if you were lucky enough to grow up with your great-grandparents, they will tell you the story of them pretty much being forced to get a birth certificate issued, because many of them were not born with those birth certificates. And especially if you were in the South, you weren't even born in a hospital. You were born by a midwife. So again, nobody cares about their corporate rules. That is their corporate rules under their own jurisdictional law stuff that had nothing to do with the indigenous people. And there is no contract if you, and this is according to their rules, their laws, a contract is invalid if it is fraud or it is done under coerce. And both of those occurred. So the whole thing is fraudulent across the board. Why do you think they came up with the identity theft for the Native Americans to put them in the place to say, see, they agreed. Nah, we ain't buying that either, partner. Not gonna happen. You know exactly what happened. You cut the deal with the folks that walked the Trail of Tears, which were still indigenous people. You wind up fucking them over. You did the identity switch with the Native Americans, and you still wind up fucking them over. And then the rest of the indigenous Americans, who are most of the melanated indigenous American people, didn't take the deal. So we were left in poverty. And you have the audacity to think you have a right to govern or tell us how to run our affairs and to assign and identify who we are? No. That fraud is over with. It's over with. You know what time it is. You don't have to agree with me. Go stand outside and tell that plasma and that red oxide dust that you fucking covering up. Go tell it to that. Tell it to the air. Tell it to the water. Tell it to the UV radiation. Time is up. So now it's up to you. Do you want to curse your generation? Because you already got a fucking bunch of curses on your back. You already got a lot of curses on your back. How many more you want to keep adding to go through your generational gene pool? All right. Sorry, sis. Okay. Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery for the family?
Mm-hmm. The word free is all in your mind. You're a slave because you want to be. Why much for anything? That's a part of the system. That's so they can see who's unhappy and what they need to do to please you, or use that as a reason to get rid of it. The actions should take you completely outside of the system. Your actions should be your natural state of being. They know who you are.
Indeed.
The declaration is to put them on notice.
That is correct.
Period. We ain't asking for shit. They already are. We just don't be that way. I'm not going to say act like it's hard. We don't be in that state of being that it's hard. Reconnecting with mama. We don't really need guns.
That's right.
Reconnect with mama. That's all the help we need.
That's right.
We still wait on the system to see what the system is going to do. The Declaration is out there. Took care of the spirit realm first.
That's right.
That's done. Now it's time for the physical manifestation of it. Period. That's the only thing we need to do. The rest of it's playing out the way it's supposed to, based on the choices that people made. It has to be this way. There's nothing for you to worry about.
Yep.
You're supposed to be creating the new reality. I mean, right now, at this point, we really don't have to argue about land that there's people on. There's all type of ghost towns where nobody's at. It only takes 1% to change this shit around. Everybody keep thinking about including everybody. The motherfuckers gonna pull you right back down. They ain't ready.
Right.
Your first obligation is to your bloodline, not any particular nation. As we've shown, these places are named after people. They're named after bloodlines. People came together, formed confederacies, and agreed to go up under a certain family name.
Right.
Losing their own identity, giving power to that particular bloodline. That whole Trail of Tears thing, that was an amalgamation of people. Wasn't just indigenous.
Yep.
Melanated Europeans. Them orcs from across the way. I mean, you have to find out who you are, what your bloodline is. You can't keep going by these names that are in these treaties.
That's right.
You may come to find out that none of that pertains to you because your people didn't cut no deal.
Exactly.
We keep gearing up for the quote unquote white man. The brothers and sisters in the ships looking at everybody, they don't give a fuck about no color.
That's right.
That's who they worried about. And as long as you keep cutting deals, brothers and sisters up there like, fuck y'all. You little dirty bitches.
Right.
You little scary asshole. Fuck y'all.
Yep.
Also, you're going to see a rash of militant groups and all type of groups popping their head up nowadays, trying to get on the radar. Trying to get people to commit suicide. Trying to get you to embark upon things that collectively we ain't ready for.
Right.
And to know the truth of any of the conscious move, so-called conscious movement, or whatever. If they keep trying to tie you back to Africa, they're either still lost or they fucking agents.
Yep.
Trying to cut them a little piece out.
Yep.
Because if they can do all the research that they do to find out the shit that they do and get away with it, they know the truth. Majority of them now will even admit that there were melanated people all over the planet.
Yep.
But yet and still will tie themselves back to Africa. Now, you have to question people like that. You can't just let them say whatever the fuck they want to say, and it be all right. Y'all don't question much of anything. You can't be scared to think. I mean, it may get some of y'all a headache initially, but it eventually goes away. Focus on you and what you need to do. And once you do that, everybody that's supposed to be there, gonna be right there. Whoever ain't there didn't put in the work and ain't supposed to be there. You can't worry about that. We creating a whole new world. You can't be worried about no bullshit. It's that quantum shit we on. Can't be scared of your power. The DNA is changing. Either you're going to accept and master your new power, or you're going to commit suicide by reincarnating and feeding them for another 25.9 whatever year, thousand years.
Yep.
A whole brand new batch of energy that you ain't even get to use none of it.
Exactly.
You just go get that good shit away. That old 12-strand DNA energy. And you just go give it away without even knowing what you could do with it. Don't even get to enjoy none of it because you caught up in the system. You're controlled by words. Things that we created. We created words. And now we're controlled by our creation.
Yep.
We have plenty of fault in all of it. The ancestors, they took care of the traders like they were supposed to at every opportunity they got. But everything played out the way it had to. But what we should learn from them, we can't keep letting these dirty motherfuckers walk amongst us and do what they do.
That's right.
Y'all talk like y'all ready to go at it with the white man, with the bees, with the reptilians. All these motherfuckers that if they decloak, majority of y'all gonna shit on the fucking self and have a goddamn heart attack. Only thing a lot of motherfuckers got their heart for to kill somebody that look like them. It's in the same damn struggle. Not that they killing a fucking agent that look like them. They killing somebody that's just as lost as they is, trying to find their way.
Yep.
We don't bang out for none of the real shit. We talk all this hood shit, thug culture, this, that, and the other. And all we do is thug on each other. For what? That don't get you the American dream.
Nope.
You ain't killing on a big enough scale. You ain't taking enough money to get you a slap on the wrist. You ain't thorough enough to pull off white-collar crime. You ain't educated enough to tell white lies. And all that's because you don't know yourself. But I digress.
All right. We're gonna bring on Brother 832. And then I'll be right back. So Brother 832, I'm gonna bring you on. Peace and love, brother.
Rhonda, Sandra, my sisters from other misters. Feathers up.
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down. Sean, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
And once again, I'm 100% in your corner and co-signing on what you just said. But I wanted to share something first before putting maybe two separate logs on this bonfire we're about to light tonight. Lie, cheat, steal, kill, win. Everybody are familiar with Killer Mike, the rap hip-hop artist. That is the theme song for Dirty Money. If you haven't checked that series out on Netflix, that young sister, I believe, Sandra, what she said was 6. Sarah, I forgot her name, if you're talking about, from Tulsa, Greenwood Business District of Oklahoma. She, in a series of Dirty Money, they have something which is very intriguing called Guardian Incorporated. And of course, this focuses on the so-called elderly abuse, which is primarily white-on-white crime. And they show examples of how they have houses, apartment complexes, or so-called large estates or property that presumably, and I'm using air quotes, they have owned. And then they show how they get adjudication through court-ordered guardianship, with the judge saying that they're not owed a dime of compensation, some cases in the millions of dollars. And I'm sure that each of y'all probably have heard of this in passing. But I find it intriguing that you just laid out a fundamental argument for an entire, what we call today, state, or as Sean has said, corporate entity of Oklahoma. While y'all were saying that, I just did a quick Wikipedia on Minneapolis and Minnesota. Now, they always use the word Dakota. This is the etymology in Wikipedia. Dakota name for Minneapolis in Bideata, or B-D-E-O-T-A, Otongwe, Mini Lake City. Several names were proposed for the new city after its incorporation, including Lowell, Addisville, and Albion, A-L-B-I-O-N, with the latter name suggested by the Hennepin County itself. Again, Albion, as we know, partly what these pale-skinned Caucasoid Europeans want to claim as their origin space of, the English Isles. Daniel Payne, John H. Stevens, and George Bowman contributed to replacing Albion, while the name All Saints was facetiously suggested in the St. Paul Pioneer, implying the town would come to absorb its neighbor of St. Paul and St. Anthony. The name Minneapolis was ultimately chosen. The present name is attributed to Charles Hogue, the city's first schoolmaster, who suggested Minneapolis, derived from Minnehaha, and combined mini which is the Dakota word that means water, and the Greek words ne and polis for Minneapolis, for the new and city, respectively, altogether meaning New Water City. Now, I only point that out to bring one of the logs that I wanted to suggest to bounce with you, brothers and sisters, tonight. In the wake of the fraud of the 4th of July and the so-called Black Hills of the South Dakota, which we're told is supposed to be the mischaracterization of Lakota, Lakota, or the Oglala Sioux, as in a part of the so-called Great Sioux Nation. And presumably the word Sioux is not very far from the N-word as a misappropriation, no different than Choctaw, Chickasaw, Seminole, because for a lot of people, they do not know that Seminole is a nation or a confederacy, just as Iroquois is not a tribe. It is a collection of 5 or 6 nations. And then having the name Iroquois Confederacy pronounced upon it. So the Seminole Nation has Yamasee, some might say Washita, some might say Creek, that were left behind from the Trail of Tears, for example. But the point that I'm raising tonight is the adjudicated broken treaty of 1868 over the Black Hills that have been desecrated by the bas-relief carving in the side of the mountain of Washington, Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln. Now, side by side with that, I'm sure all of you probably have heard or are familiar with the Crazy Horse Mountain representation, right, Sean? Which is ongoing and being carved in a mountain not far. I believe it's probably north and west of the physical location that was put on display for the President of the United States to profess and proclaim that his agenda is going to attack anarchists, un-American, traitorous individuals, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. The Crazy Horse will be somewhere in the vicinity of about 600 to 700 feet from top of the head and the feather on his chieftain headdress to the hoof of the horse and the tip of the tail. The head itself is supposedly over 88 or 83 feet or something in that effect, with a finger pointing on horseback at the 4 settling criminals who lie, cheat, steal, kill when everybody's doing it. And so at some, future point in time, we shall see that on full display that will dwarf what is the fraud claim, according to the United States Supreme Court in 1980. This was also very, and this is in reference to what you said, Sandra, about the so-called Native American, Assyrian, Mongoloid, Caucasoid fraud, right? They have their piece of paper contract, treaty, broken and abrogated in 1868, reaffirmed in 1980 a Supreme Court ruling that stated they lied, they cheated, they stole, and they killed. You feel me? Log number 2 for our consideration. Are any of you familiar with the Ocoee Massacre? Since I made reference to the Seminole, which is in Florida, just west about 12 miles of Orlando in central Florida. The Ocoee Massacre's 100th centennial anniversary will be on Election Day, 11/3/2020. 100 years ago, on the 3rd of November, Julius July Perry the wealthy local Aboriginal autochthonous Negro Indian, as they would describe, who was an organizer for the rights of the indigenous population, organized amongst themselves, and even white women, that being the first year they were authorized under their constitution document for women's right to vote. He was literally hung overnight around midnight on election day. So it is actually referred to when you Google it or look it up, and that's Ocoee, O-C-O-E-E, Race Election Day, race riot. His estate, his land, and as well as another 330 plus acres, we're talking about not only the exact duplication of Greenwood, Tulsa, Oklahoma, because it happened almost 6 months prior to the 1921 worst race massacre, as they claim. Again, they report in their bloodthirsty killing history of the fraudulent, also ran foreign settler invading, marauding immigrant horde. That has been officially designated on Juneteenth of 2018 with a plaque and historical marker in the middle of Orlando city proper. Now, I don't know if y'all were aware of that, but whether we tie the knots to connect the dots between now and this fraudulent thing called the election, federal election, presidential election on November 3rd, 2020, some of what we continue to hear, and you said this on many occasions, Sean, about the restored republic. Could you explain what that is to me?
It's going back up under the organic constitution.
Organic?
Yeah, organic.
Organic constitution. Let's break that down for a minute. That's an ironic statement, isn't it? The paper is the ancient trees that were killed, right? Mm-hmm. The ink is the indigo, right? Mm-hmm. And the indigo was referring to the autochthonous people that the criminal Cristobal Colon, or we've told Christopher Columbus, came over here for in the first place, correct? Didn't he come for indigo? Yeah. And gold. Mm-hmm. How'd they know they would get it if they came here? Would you have gone on a journey? And how did they even know it was here? Yeah, would you leave your home, going someplace without knowing you were going to get what you acquired? Exactly. And then you get here and you supposedly discovered it?
And Brother Sean, you're fading out. We can barely hear you.
Yeah, I thank you for saying it, 'cause I thought it was me. This part of what he brought up is Dom Diversis. I think that's what you might have been referencing, Sandra, was 1452 and Dom Diversis. This
with
slave
with the Pope, yeah.
Yeah, this slave document that's professing servitude, slavery, and perpetuity. Okay. I can't think of right now. I have to go back to looking at the reference point of the papal bulls. And we've talked about this before, Rhonda, in passing, where the original documents and the parchment were the skin stripped off the backs of heathens and unbelievers. Mm-hmm. They were flayed just like a cow when you tan leather. This was human skin that was stripped off and then written in blood.
It was 1066.
Okay. 1066. Now that one, if you're making that reference back to, that was the declaration of all souls on planet Earth were the property of the Holy Roman Catholic Church, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And so, therefore, the edicts and direction given from the age of expiration that we were taught in our fraudulent high school history, we have one argument being said of Eric the Red and the Vikings back in the year 1000, right? Then we fast forward to the mid to late 1400s, which is 1452 with Dum Diversus. Then we have, and I believe that was under Alphonse V, if I'm not mistaken, in Portugal, that the Pope at that time, and it may have been Urban or Nicholas, I can't remember which, because I'm kind of just off the top of my head, Nicholas III, I think, that stated, go on the world, grab up these heathen barbarian savages, which are our autochthonous ancestors, convert or die. Those that aren't converted are property by default and slaves in perpetuity. Now, that began the process. And again, remember, even these people we're talking about in Portugal and Spain, these are melanated Saracens and Moorish Empire, right, Ron? Mm-hmm. So the Pope of the Holy Roman Empire, mm-hmm. Then those 5 Alfonsos, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that were sitting in the middle of the so-called height before the ejection of the Moors from Spain and Portugal, right? Mm-hmm. They then said, let's go get what we like to say in a colloquial phrase today, all skin folk ain't kin folk.
Yes, sir.
Let's go get those darkies who live off the land, who are not in harmony with our God concept, who do not believe, and this is what you keep going on about, my sister, about the difference of patriarchy versus a matriarchal structure in society, that we shall go and lay claim to every square centimeter of Mama Earth, mm-hmm. and whoever is living on it does not believe in our God. They are a heathen, they are a pagan, they are an infidel, they are an unbeliever, right? And that gives what the word you said is jurisdiction, which is a Latin term translated right words. That's what the definition or the etymology of jurisdiction, right words. Now, as we've been talking tonight, speaking in this foreign tongue of English language, and having spells come from our brain because we have been brainwashed and conditioned to think in English. Mm-hmm. Before we utter the word, the thought is formed in this foreign tongue. And didn't our autochthonous Aboriginal ancestors say the white man or pale skin speak with forked tongue? Did he not?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And what animal has a forked tongue?
Snake.
The snake.
Yep.
They told us this from day one.
Yep.
First contact, immediate, and even at that, we still showed hospitality, did we not?
Yes.
Because being a harmonious people, being in the womb, and the bosom of Mama Earth, all that is mine is yours. Isn't that what we said? Isn't that what culture? You can look at every so-called tribal language, mm-hmm. communal, organizational structure, the civilizations of what we call North America in Turtle Island. They all live in what has been described in the English language, a communal pastoral. These are some of the words they use in their diaries about that they were pastoral. Remember that? Because you said that in some of the other books that you've talked about, mm-hmm. not only with Black nobility, some of it is coming out with Dr. Nancy Eisenberg and White Trash.
Yep.
That in a lot of the tapestry, portraits, and paintings, when they show, what was that one where you had, what do you call it, the Horn of Plenty, the cornucopia? Remember that portrait where she was holding the Horn of Plenty, and you show all those vegetables and wheat
yes.
and herbs and
mm-hmm,
all those
mm-hmm.
things are pouring out of the Horn of Plenty, and then they're going to show this vast array of verdant land that was plush. But when they went home, I'm talking about the particular crackers are the English. When they reported back home, they referred to it as a vast wasteland, isn't it? Isn't that where they came up with this waste people crap? I don't know how much you're going to go into her tonight, but because I started to take my book out and pick out a particular chapter on what we're referring to. But all this fraud, all of this discussion that you kicked off, you had that sister Sarah, I think you said her name was Sarah, was 6 years old, right? Put under illegal guardianship.
Yep.
Had the largest tract of land and the most wealth in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Okay, what's the comparison to that in Pocahontas? Pocahontas and the mythos of the creation of Jamestown in 1607, isn't it? And that's pedophilia, isn't it, both cases?
Yes,
what was she, 12?
Yep.
12, 13?
12, 13, yep.
But it's going to become a 12 or 13-year-old child bride of a 40-year-old deviant sexual pervert.
Right.
That's Tune and Disney are showing this wondrous love, right? This amazing love for the blonde, blue-eyed, flowing locks of a white man.
Right.
Who just is overwhelmed. You know, the poor, backwards, pagan, dark-skinned pickaninny, bed wench, you know all the terms and the descriptions that we've had throughout the history of this language. Now, once again, Killamite, lie, cheat, steal, kill, win. Everybody's doing it. That series is entitled Dirty Money. Now, you know what the OJ said, you know, for the love of money. You know, and the scripture has said it very clear. It is not money that is the problem. It is the love of money that is the root of all, A-L-L, evil. And American capitalism is the preeminent definition of the love of money, is it not? And there is no disputing its origin is taking our autonomous humanity, turning it and converting it into property under what jurisdiction? I think Sean said it's the organic constitution, right? So as they make this transition for a restored republic, I'm using air quotes here, they go around hollering and hooping and hollering about it's not the demonocracy, as Sandra said. It is not the rule of the majority and the voting. It is the law and order of the republic. And the republic is who? Of the people, for the people, and by the people. Which people?
Exactly.
Because under the organic constitution, and you know I'm repeating myself, but I say this every time when we have our conversation, there are only two identified populations. The white man who is free, over 21, and land owning. And we have to be very specific on this, whether we're taking this to a court that has no jurisdiction over us, but as we are arguing as the Oglala Sioux Nation did in 1980, and they even ruled on their own about themselves being criminal outlaws. They broke the treaty and stole the land, and now you see in the news right now as we speak, the secession and stoppage of the Dakota pipeline. You saw that, right? Last week. That's just last week the judge ruled. Okay. So in that organic constitutional proclamation, that's why I keep saying, who the fuck are Indians not taxed?
Tell it.
Because they acknowledge they exist while in the same breath lying and denying it. Exactly. So they then create the Native American. In 1828, Merriam-Webster, again, another one of these English liars, documented and defined in his dictionary, and we're going to keep saying this while they keep lying and calling themselves Americans. They are not. They are United Snakes citizens. The American, copper-colored inhabitants encountered by the Europeans when they immigrated here. which by definition makes him foreign to the land.
That's right.
Secondly, next sentence declares their identity theft and outlaw position, adopted by Europeans born native to Turtle Island. That's, I mean, 2 sentences. Don't get no more simple or no more direct.
That's right.
But we keep going this circular discussion of nigger, negro, colored, black, mulatto, octoroon, quadroon, now African American, none of which factual. So they have enshrined in the organic constitution that we are Indians, not taxed. And I've said this multiple times. Not taxed means no jurisdiction. And declaring us American. But again, that is from foreigners declaring you something. That don't make it what you are, but just for the sake of this discussion, in their non-jurisdictional position, they, in their own language, defined an American as a copper. Now, I don't know any of these pale motherfuckers as copper. Okay? Grab that penny. There used to be an Indian head penny back in the day. And put it on your milky white, funky, monkey, pale ass skin and tell me how many shades far removed are you from copper. I don't give a shit how many of you born or how many centuries you're here. And most of you, we are now defining and realizing, are not here a century. Yep. So this 100-year timeline that's being brought to focus 11/3/2020 and May 31st, 2021. You got the Ocoee Massacre, the Election Day race riot on Election Day 100 years ago. Then you got, coming up on 2021, the Memorial Day race massacre that's been now etched into film and television history of HBO and The Watchmen. See, because most of us are so simpleton and refuse to read and refuse to research that it requires the visual record, the visualizing, the broadcast programming of TV, radio, film, and internet. Okay? So that's what Generation Z, and I don't know if you ever saw that movie World War Z with Brad Pitt and the apocalypse of the
Yes.
zombie apocalypse.
Yep.
Yeah. That a zombie apocalypse is these white demons that eat human beings, rend their flesh, and are bloodthirsty. Because, as Tim Mike says, lie, cheat, steal, kill, win. That's how they win. Everybody's doing that. And I yield.
Okay, thank you, brother 832. As the brother was chopping it up, I found the map, but Sis Cheryl dropped in the YouTube comments. I was like, oh shit. Iroquois is a French word. So I want y'all to think on that.
Iroquois.
Iroquois. You're absolutely right. Iroquois. Exactly. So that once again is another connection of the melanated Europeans that came over to the Americas and married into families of the melanated copper color indigenous Americans. And they joined up to create confederacies. So that makes perfect sense that Iroquois, aka Iroquois, is French. Now, that leads perfectly into Hamilton. If you all have not seen the play Hamilton, They are doing it on Disney Plus. You can't get the little trial. They done took that away. But I think it's only $7 a month. I so highly recommend you pay the little $7 a month for 1 month just to see Hamilton. I was so blown away for the simple fact that 90% of the Hamilton cast is melanated. The founding fathers, quote, quote, George Washington, they depicted him as melanated, at a minimum mulatto. Excellent, excellent. The entire cast, I'm going to say that again, was 90% melanated. And they showed you melanated and mulatto, so meaning the Europeans being melanated. So real quick, I looked at Hamilton. Now watch, I ain't gonna be able to find my so-and-so notes, which is gonna piss me the hell off. If you look up his stuff on Wikipedia, it says that it is rumored for him being mulatto. So shout out to Hamilton. And it's not boring, you all. I absolutely promise you it's not boring. It was very well, cleverly done. The way he put together the music was like in rap. It is highly, highly worth it. I literally sat there with my mouth open like, wow, they straight just gonna put this up in here. Okay, so now when we were doing the Black Nobility series, Sis Cheryl found this picture showing a poster, and let me pull it and I'll come back to the picture that I have up in YouTube. Like I said, I found the map of Liberia. We'll come back to that. So let me go back to the Liberian colony. Let's go to these tawny founding fathers. So I can't make this shit up, y'all. So this is something that Sis Cheryl had pulled. I don't know where she got it from, but you see George Washington on here. He's kind of turned to the motherfucking side. So I can't really see if he's mulatto or not. This is John Adams. That's a brother to me. That's a brother all motherfucking day long. Thomas Jefferson, which in that Hamilton play, they depicted him as melanated, possibly mulatto. Looking at this poster, he looked, at a minimum, mulatto. And that's not, including Lincoln, who we know was melanated, as well as by their own admission, Hamilton, who was mulatto. And they said that his mother was Caucasian and his father was melanated. So just to show you that all of this information is coming to light. Now, I'm not saying that the Hamilton people was trying to put it out there like that. I'm saying that's what it is. I'm saying that is exactly what it is. Those quote, quote, founding fathers were put on by the melanated kingdoms. The only one in that Hamilton play that they did not depict as melanated was King George. And we know that King George was melanated because his lineage, one of the King Georges was known as the Black Boy. But that is the only ruler in that Hamilton play that they did not depict as melanated. Okay, so I highly, highly encourage you all to get Disney Plus to watch Hamilton. It is not only very good from an educational standpoint, especially when you know the information for what it is, the true information. And in addition to that, it is really entertaining. So if you like drama, you like affairs and all that shit and backstabbing and all that, Hamilton got it all, boo. They was clowning. And I'm looking at this play going, you know what? That's just like some brothers started some bullshit with the fuckery. So yes, I highly, highly recommend Hamilton. All right, so I am going to go back to, where did I put that? Damn, y'all, my memory. Okay, let me go back. Let's go back to this African map right quick. All right, as Brother Sean say, let's let the map kick over. Okay, it kicked over on YouTube. So just to refresh folk memory, I'm sorry, sis. You had something you want to say, Sis Sandra?
I'd like to add what 832 said, that they were the Saracens of the Ottoman Empire that was the ones of Elam, was the leader of those people. And we ain't going to get all mixed up in the words of who Elam is, but, I've said it before. That's who was over here that conquered us, because they knew we were here. And, so I'm glad he mentioned that. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, and Brother Sean brought up, we got some more information for y'all tonight regarding the whole Moors and the conquering stuff. I'm telling you, this information is coming in so fast. That's why this series is so long, because we just keep getting information to add to this series that all ties in perfectly. We ain't fabricating a goddamn thing. And it's multiple sources. So you can't even accuse us of being up under one doctrine source. It all cross-reference each other. So let's get back to the alleged and the supposed African American, to the alleged and the supposed Atlantic slave trade with melanated, quote, quote, Africans. This is a map of Liberia, which was Liberia, that area, that territory was renamed for the purpose of colonization. So meaning the freemen, right? So we've discussed freemen before. Freemen can fall into 3 categories: white freemen, hence Freemasons, because the original Masons, the melanated Masons, created that order. The melanated Masons here in the Americans, they can trace their charters being issued out of Europe before the white established Freemasons. Okay, so I want you all to understand that connection. So freemen, 3 categories: free white men, free European melanated men, free indigenous melanated autochthonous people. Those are the 3 categories of freemen. Now, in the case of Liberia, the melanated freemen, so meaning the European melanated freemen and some of their family members that they had married each other, the melanated the melanated indigenous autochthonous Americans who identified as freemen were given a charter to go over to Africa to set up commerce. All right? So that means they came over to the indigenous people in this area they now call Liberia, setting up shop on their shit. So as you can see, as they went up in there and started renaming these territories, these are the same colonies that were set up in the Americans. New Georgia, Pennsylvania colony, Mississippi colony, Louisiana colony, Maryland colony. This was ran by the melanated Freemason, not Freemason, melanated Freemen. So once again, proving that the out of Africa theory is fucking fake. Once again, proving that the original founders of the concept of commerce and colonies were melanated people. They reported back up, the melanated Europeans reported back up to a melanated European crown. So whether that be out of England, whether that be out of France, whether that be out of Russia, it did not matter. All of those seats of thrones were held by melanated folk. All right. Okay.
They said,
yes, sir.
Just going back to that whole thing with Pocahontas and the age 12 to 14. Wasn't Mary allegedly 12 to 14?
Well. Yes, she was.
See, that it goes. I mean, the rituals repeat themselves.
Absolutely. Same script.
Mm.
And notice how they always have to go through a melanated woman to stand up a kingdom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because according to that story, Joseph had already had children. That's where Jesus' siblings came from. So considering Mary was 12 to 14, Joseph more than likely was her handler.
Right.
I mean, if it were actual people in actual
right,
events.
real characters, right.
But it's the same storyline.
Mm-hmm. Same script. Absolutely.
I digress.
Absolutely. Great point, Brother Sean. All right, so we discussed Hamilton, blah, 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 blah. before we get into the more stuff, because Brother Sean brought that information, just real quick, shout out to my brother Jay, Sis Sandra, your son. He kind of sent me a little bit earlier today a link. Come on here, cooperate. To the treaties of the original 13 colony. Actually, it was the key treaties defining the boundaries, separating the English and Native Americans treaties in Virginia. So real quick, we're going to highlight some of those in future show, maybe next week. I am going to try to pull those treaties, if I can find them with they stank ass, so we can go through them. We already went through some of the charters as much as we could go through the charters. So here we go. All right, there we go, YouTube, you got it. Key treaties defining the boundaries separating English and Native American territories in Virginia. The 1614 treaty, when the English arrived in 1607, the Chickahominy were independent for the Powhatan and chose their own governing council of elders. After the end of the Anglo, okay, so we should know that Anglo word does not represent Caucasian/white. We already gave you the receipts that Anglo word is an ancient word representing those melanated kingdoms and bloodlines out of what they're calling Germany. So after the end of the first Anglo-Powhatan War, symbolized by marriage of Pocahontas to John. So, I see a pattern here, like Brother Sean said. How the fuck a 13-year-old gets married off to a foreigner? And to be honest, I'm willing to bet that John was probably melanated. I'm just motherfucking willing to bet, since this is 1614. And we know that Caucasians didn't really hold the seat of power to the late 1800s. So she was married off at 13 and land was transferred over to a male. That's against indigenous culture right there, out the gate. Land is not to be transferred through male lineage. All right. So it's claiming that the Chickahominy chose to ally with the English because they feared Powhatan would try to conquer them and impose his own chief, as he had done to the Chesapeakes and Piantanks. And just forgive me for botching these names. Sir Thomas Dale and Samuel Argyle negotiated a treaty where the Chickahominy, there again, men negotiating some shit, agreed to be the subject of the English and committed to supply corn to avoid killing English cattle and to provide 300 to 400 bowmen in case of Spanish attack. All right, so I'm not going to go through all of that. This was the 1614 treaty. Now, just remember, this still ain't the start of all of this, because we have to go back to when the Dutch set up, the Spanish set up, all over here doing commerce. So we have the 1632 peace agreement. I'm not going to read that. Now, this is the part that fucks me all the way up. No documentation of the agreement survives, but it is included separating the English from the Native American. Yeah. Oh, okay then. Treaty of 1646. Again, that supposedly ended the Anglo-Powhatan War. Okay, well, I thought that this motherfucking one ended it. 1632. Oh, but I forgot. Y'all forgot to include that motherfucking documentation. So now you got another treaty in 1646. All right. So here goes again. Some men signing and making some motherfucking agreements. All right, so I'm not gonna go through all of this. I'll do a little bit more detail once I'm able to pull those treaties and we're able to walk through them. Hopefully I can find them. I highly doubt that I can find them all, as through their own words, they're on some fuck shit, because they were not valid out the gate. I'm gonna say that again. We're not able to find those treaties because they weren't valid out the gate. What they are using to this day are charters, not treaties, charters. So as was stated in Sis Sherrill's declaration, they're not valid, nor did we agree to them. And we keep proving that over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, so I just wanted to give you all a little piece of that information. I'll bring, if I can find the treaties from the original 13 colonies, I'll bring that back to the table for the family for us to review it. All right, so I'll pause, Sis, or Brother Sean, in case you all want to put something on that before we go in on the Moors.
Yeah, they don't tell the truth about the wars, period.
Nope.
That majority of this corporation's quote-unquote history has been at war with us. And the war is still going on.
Absolutely.
To this day.
Yep.
To show you that they had just recently come into power.
Exactly.
They still don't have a firm hold on things.
Mm-mm.
They still don't have a full grasp of quote-unquote Moorish science. They were only taught 33 and a third
of it. Exactly.
And considering the way that the Moors said they were going to go to sleep, seemed like a lot of them don't even remember the 33 and the third.
Oh, okay.
But I digress. I mean, they being exposed by their own shit.
Absolutely.
Well,
go ahead, Sis.
Well, I brought up a touchy subject about some of the kings from over here, from the Toltecs and the Aztecs and all that, whatever. who went over to Europe to fight to keep them from invading, the Moors and the Europeans from invading Spain, because they took down the indigenous peoples groups that were there. The Moors came in with their made-up Europeans, and that's what I remember reading or hearing in the Forbidden Books of the Americas. I think that's the title of it. As that the people over here went to fight to prevent the Moors from invading, because my phone's going dead. They tried, and they were invading here, and they were invading Europe. They were invading everywhere. So I remember mentioning that in a conversation, and you said, fighting who? And they were fighting the Moors.
No, I remember that conversation too, because you said it was white folks, and I asked you to prove it.
I didn't say they were white. I said it was David. I said David went over there to fight. I didn't say white. So, yeah. So I said Nehemiah came over trying to help the Toltecs, which is Texas folks, try to fight to keep them from here. They were defeated. And then he went over to Europe to try to fight the Moors, or the Arab invaders were there. But I didn't know, I forgot at that time who he went over there to fight. And you asked me, who did he go fight? You know, so I forgot what it had said, so I couldn't answer that question. But I did go back and I looked it up, and they were fighting the Moors from invading Spain and invading Europe. They were fighting to keep the indigenous people's lands away from the Moors and their people that they were bringing with them.
Okay.
So that's all I have to say.
Okay. All right, Brother Sean, I'm going to get into this more documentation that you sent me. Let me do the browser. All right, it's on YouTube now. Turks, Moors, and Englishmen in the Age of Discovery. That's out of the book. Okay, so we're just pulling an excerpt out of the book. I think I ordered this book, y'all. So I'll go through it and chop it up once I find it. Get it rather. During the early modern period, hundreds of Turks and Moors traded in English and Welsh ports. Okay, so let's be clear. Let's not be confused. When we talk about the Turks and the Moors in early modern period, and the English and the Welsh, all melanated. During the early modern period, hundreds of Turks and Moors traded in English and Welsh ports, dazzled English society with exotic cuisine and Arabian horses, and worked small jobs in London, while the Barbary corsairs raided coastal towns and, if captured, lingered in Plymouth jails or stood in Southampton courtrooms. And Britons fought in Muslim armies, traded and settled in Moroccan or Tanzanian harbor towns, joined the international community of pirates in Mediterranean and Atlantic outposts, served in Algerian households and ships, and endured captivity from Salih to Alexandria and from Fez to Mocha. All right, so I'll pause in case, because I know, Brother Sean, you sent this information to me in case you had something you want to put on that before we move on.
thought it was the other one that I had sent you where it stated on there with the first African Moor.
Yep, I'm going there. I'm going there next.
Oh, okay. Hold on till you get this.
Yeah, so let me bring that one up. Come on here, work with a sister. It should be coming up. All right, YouTube, it should be coming up in a second here.
But the thing is, as you see, just about all writings about the Moors place them over there.
That's been my whole thing all along. That's why when I get strong about, wait a minute, who is they? Where did they come from? I want to be crystal clear. Because not only has melanated folks in the Americas and in Europe have had their identity stricken, we have an identity crisis. So meaning all somebody got to do is come with some motherfucking fancified alleged documentation and throw a title on you. And you accept it out of ignorance. So that's why I go in hard. No. You have to prove. Where's your fucking receipts? Who exactly are you talking about and when? What time period? Because part of the generational curse is not knowing who the hell you are. And when you take on these titles, you take on the associated karmic debt. And then those of you that are submitting paperwork, you don't know why you getting locked the fuck up. Then if that don't work, you turn around, oh, I'm Indigenous America. Wait a minute, blood. You just fucking classified yourself as a Moor. You done a name change. You done all of that other shit. You was a Moor. Now you an Indigenous American? Nah, get the fuck out of here with your funk ass paperwork. That's why I'm tough and you cannot come on this platform with the fuckery. You have to be clear. You have to have the receipts.
This is. Moorish history isn't hard to find. It's not a lost culture or a lost
No,
people.
it's not.
You still have these pale-skinned people having Moorish festivals all over in Europe.
Absolutely.
Reenacting the Moor and Christian war and all that stuff.
Sure
and when
do.
they decided to come together and be as one and love each other and all that. I mean, if you really look at it, it's the indigenous people of the Americas who have been white.
Absolutely. I agree.
The only tribes you really know about are the tribes that cut deals.
Yep.
Or the tribes that have been taken over by the descendants of Khan.
Exactly.
Other than that, all the other thousands of tribes, which are bloodlines.
Absolutely.
We keep trying to go by corporate names or give them a name to place in their corporation to remove us from the corporation.
Exactly.
When everything is tied to your bloodline.
Exactly.
Now, as far as for proof, you're going to find some listings in their papers. But the most important thing that nobody has been willing to push for is access to those mounds and everything to prove once and for all that our DNA is indigenous to here.
Exactly.
And no place else. Your DNA, your bloodline, that's all the proof
that you need.
And that's why they won't give you access to that. That's why they come up with these fuckery tests, and they tell you from Africa. They tell you from every place but here.
Exactly.
But I digress.
Exactly. And, just to reiterate, that is why on this platform, we stress it is about your bloodline. I am not advocating for somebody to join up to somebody else's nation. Now, if that's what you want to do, that's none of my motherfucking business. Let's be clear.
Right.
But what I am saying is, you are supposed to know who you are through your bloodline, not by what brother so-and-so told you out of the Quran, or brother so-and-so on the corner with the motherfucking dashiki and the incense. It's what Big Mama and them told you. That's who you are. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
But even to be fair, the people that run these temples and the ones who's running the paperwork come up with a big story of who we really are, knowing full well they're trying to get possession of the land. And we talked about this before because, Brother Henderson, he had his documentation out there. The Moors had their documentation out there. They're out there to trade us in to the highest bidder because they're the ones who's trying to trick us to give them the rights over the property.
Right, and
the
none
Moors,
of it is valid. None of it is fucking valid. Because but they can't speak for you and your family. It'll never happen.
Yeah, that's true. But like I said, if people get tricked, it's like a scam.
It is a scam.
A lot of people fall for these scams because it was a scam. And I kind of rebelled on it. I said, this is not truth. Especially the fact of the African American stuff. That's a scam too. All of this identity theft is our people been tricked into.
Agreed. And
we have
I'm sorry,
to
go
correct
ahead,
the record. We have to correct the records. We have to change the script. And this show here is set out there to do that and to make right what was wrong, what they've been doing to us.
Indeed. So all of the ones that's carrying that title Moors, all of the ones that's I think it's the sheiks of the temples or whatever, that is you all's responsibility to find out who you are and put the truth out there, because you're carrying karmic debt.
Yeah.
Knowingly or unknowingly. If you're pushing doctrine, getting people to sign up under your nation based on fucking what?
Certainly not truth.
So that's on y'all. You have a responsibility, and you're going to be held accountable for that. Now, there are, some good, quote, quote, folks holding that Moor title that really, in their eyesight, they're doing the proper research and truly believe that, quote, quote, everyone in the Americas are Moors, and this is the original land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm saying to you, you still have to be held accountable for the doctrine that you put out there. It does not matter if you did not know, because we are in the age of knowing.
If I can carry this with me.
We're not in the age
talking, I think, over there,
of Pisces. You're in the age of knowing. And if you're putting those titles on yourself, if you're pushing this doctrine, you will be held accountable for it. And each person that you bring into that doctrine, that's added on to your karmic debt. And those of you motherfucking Snakes. So let's be clear. This goes far fucking deeper than color. I ain't even on the color shit. Those of you motherfucking snakes that know exactly what you are doing, falsely getting people up under your guise, not only for identity theft, but I'm talking, let's get on the ancient side, for the purpose of ciphering energy and to get folks to repeat a fucking cycle with you, because you are doomed to eternity and can never enter the higher realms. You know what time it is. All right, so let's get into this. Collection and Stories of American Muslims, Inc. So this is off of America.org. Early history. History is a narrative of events and stories and a chronological record of those events. We as Muslim Americans have a long and insightful history with many contributions to the American society in which both the public and many Muslim Americans are not aware. Example, under the concept of liberation, it was a Muslim country, Morocco, that first acknowledged Americans' freedom as an independent country. They also have the longest standing treaty with the United States. We have Muslims and people with Islamic last names fighting in the Revolutionary War. For that matter, in all the wars in the United States. Even before the Revolutionary War, there were two Muslims, Abd al-Qadir and Muhammad, who came from Asalite, Morocco. They petitioned the government in South Carolina for their freedom in 1753 and won. There was also a group of Muslims from Morocco known as South Carolina 10 in 1790 that won their freedom. So before I go on, Brother Sean, God damn it, Brother Sean, since you brought that up, I can't let it go. Now, if Morocco is over here, am I misreading something wrong there, Brother Sean?
I'm looking at it over and over again, trying to see if we missed something. I just don't see it.
Oh, okay, because isn't that some of the doctrine that's being put out there, that Morocco is over here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just motherfucking making sure that I'm reading this properly.
Mm-hmm.
There was also a group of Muslims from Morocco. Okay, went over that. Okay, so y'all, I'm finna drop the motherfucking hammer down, because Brother Sean, I'm not sure if you got my email that ties into this next sentence. We additionally find in American history a descendant of a Muslim family from Ghana. Let me go back over that. Because aren't they pushing Ghana?
Yeah.
But I still ain't done, y'all. I still ain't laid the motherfucking hammer down. Here we go. We additionally find the American history a descendant of a Muslim family from Ghana named Paul Cuffey, who was the first African American to petition the ruling powers in 1815 to free every slave and to allow every colored man desiring to leave America the freedom to do so. Where are they pushing for African Americans to go back to?
Did you say 1950?
No, I didn't say 1950. I said 1850.
18. Oh man, they've been doing this thing a long time.
That's what I keep telling y'all. It's the same fucking script. You ain't fooling nobody. You ain't fooling fucking me.
But didn't they say Prophet Noble Drew Ali was the first to do it in 1913 or whatever?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. And they pretty much go by the same narrative that the earlier part of this talked about, as far as for the longest standing treaty, how Morocco acknowledged this, that, or the other. But this is from Muslims, not Muslims.
Exactly. He had taken at least 38 people to Sierra Leone. Now, folks that's doing them DNA tests, they gonna bring back on them tests West Africa, and they gonna say Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia. We also find at least 2 Muslims being liberated for their taqwa, faith, love, and belief in Allah. I ain't trying to read their names. In 1713. And one of them, Rahman, was known as a prince who gained his freedom in 1828. Now, I don't know if this ties in. I do not know if this ties in. But I just found it awfully strange. Bear with me here. Where did I put that? Let's see if it was here. Nope. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. All right, hold on, YouTube. I'm just trying to give it a chance to catch up. Now, we've been mentioning this in the past, in passing. Now, I don't know if these 2 names are connected, but it's sure in the fuck, it's pretty close. All right? So this is the descendant of ODB's people. ODB from the Wu-Tang Clan, rest in power. He publicly said that his great-great-grandfather was a chief and that he sold and negotiated away Manhattan. So somebody had put this up here with the brother, ODB's ancestry, and what caught my attention is the last name, because that's the same last name, Cuffy, that is showing up from this gentleman, Paul Cuff, or Cuffy. Only difference is the I is out of that fought to free a couple of folk and take them back over to Africa. So now I'm not saying that that's the case. It's just oddly familiar and a coincidence to me. Now, this is just me. And I'm bringing this up to once again prove how all of this ancestry was blended together and identities gelling based on marriage and in some identity theft. All right. Let's get back to the reading. All right, YouTube is coming back up. Okay. The early wave pre-Columbus, they came as explorers. The Muslim historian Abdul Hussein Ali Hussein Musadi of 871 to 957 CE wrote in his book, I'm not reading all of these Arabic names, that Kashkash, the Muslim navigator from Cordoba, Spain, sailed from Delba Palos in 889 CE, crossed the Atlantic and reached an unknown territory and returned with fabulous treasures. The famous Muslim geographer Al-Sharif, isn't that interesting? Al-Sharif Al-Idris. Child, you know that's my boo. You now know that's my motherfucking boo. Let me sip my water. Now, I also found out that that name is ties back to lineage in Enoch world also. That blew me the fuck back to that Idris name when I ran across that. So now this is deep to me that it's showing up as a Muslim name. Damn, y'all. Damn. All right. 1099 to 1166 CE wrote in his book, Excursion of the Longing One in Crossing Horizons, that a group of seafarers from North Africa sailed into the Sea of Darkness and Fog, the Atlantic Ocean, from Lisbon, Portugal. They reached an island that had people and cultivated on the fourth day, and a translator spoke to them in an Arabic language. In 1291 CE, 690 HE, Sheikh Al bin Fahal traveled from South Morocco to Green Island in the Caribbean Sea. Oh shit, I done lost my plate. Okay, the details of his travel are found in many Islamic references book. In the book, The Pathways of Sight in the Province of Kingdoms by Al-Dine Abbas, describe the geographical explorations beyond the sea of the fog and darkness of the Mali's Sultan travels. The Sultan's famous brother, the Mandinka Musa, so y'all should know that one, Mansa Musa, informed the scholars of the Mamluk Sultan court judge Nasir. Let me sip some water. What famous rapper's first name is Nasir?
Nas.
Yeah, Nas. Oh, okay. All right then.
But Mandingo.
Mandingo.
Con.
Yes.
Con. Interesting man.
Very interesting. All right, so the Sultan's famous brother, Mandinka Mansa Khan Musa, informed the scholars of the Sultan's court judge Nasir Eden Muhammad III in Cairo that his brother, Sultan Abu Bakari, had undertaken 2 expeditions into the Atlantic Ocean. From the second voyage in 1311, the Sultan did not return to Timbuktu. So, How's that over here?
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see the document where they placed Timbuktu over here. I'm wondering what over here was Timbuktu.
Ooh, Rhonda, it's me said Khan equals Khan. Things that make you go, Anthropologist Clyde Ahmed Winters, in his work Islam in Early North and South America, proved that the Mandincos under Abu Bakari explored many parts of North America via the Mississippi and other river systems. At Four Corners, Arizona, writings show that they even brought elephants from Africa. Wait, hold up, wait a minute, what? Huh? So, how is all of that over here? Oh, okay then. Okay. After the Spanish Inquisition, Columbus and the early Spanish and Portuguese explorers were able to voyage across the Atlantic thanks to the Muslims' geographical and navigational information. So I'm going to fucking read that again. Because we done took and told y'all that folk had to be shown how the fuck to get to the Americas. By the Moors, aka Muslims. After the Spanish Inquisition, Columbus and the early Spanish and Portuguese explorers were able to voyage across the Atlantic thanks to the Muslims' geographical and navigational information. Which would make sense if they've been kicking it since the motherfucking 1300s.
Yeah.
So then, how is all of Morocco and shit over here? Oh, okay then. They received maps made from Muslim traders and the book, The History of the World by Al-Masadi, which was based on information and material from Africa and Asia. Huh? So, clearly, that map showed what was what, right? It made a distinction between the Americas, Africa, and Asia. Columbus even had two captains of Muslim heritage with him on his first voyage. Martin Alonso Penzon was the captain of the Pinta, and Vicente Yanis Penzon was the captain of the Nina. So Muslims are indigenous to the Americas. How? And it would appear to me that Alonzo and what's other blood's name? Vincent. I'm just gonna Americanize the shit. Were melanated. They steered the motherfucking ships, the Pinta and the Nina. They were wealthy, expert ship outfitters who helped Columbus organize and prepare the Santa Maria. The Penzin family were related to Abu Muhammad III, the Sultan of Morocco during the Marinid dynasty, 1196 to 1465. Okay, so if all of this was one motherfucking kingdom, so meaning the Morocco over in Africa and then the Morocco over here, because, you know, according to their doctrine, everything started over here from an out of Africa perspective, and Africa is really here, and we had a joint kingdom. Why the fuck would the Moroccan Sultan need his peeps to steer ships to come over here and bring motherfucking Columbus? In Nigel Davies' book, Voyage to the New World, he reports that Columbus recorded in his papers that on Monday, October 12, 1492, while sailing near Gabara on the northeast coast of Cuba, he saw a mosque. Baby, I got to sip some water again. Because I didn't read this, Brother Sean, but this shit just... Ooh, child.
Yeah, it grabs you differently when your eyes open.
You know, this shit is... All right, y'all. I did have the pleasure of going to Cuba. What was that? 3 years ago. And I'm glad I went when I went. First time we hit the motherfucking shore. Because I went by boat via a cruise. As we were docking in the motherfucking port, before we even got there, I saw off in the distance, I saw that fucking ancient port. I said, God damn it, the Moors built that. And my sister looked at me. I said, I know the Moors shit, God damn it, when I see the Moors shit. He saw a mosque on top of a beautiful mountain and ruins of mosque and minarets with inscription of Quranic verses was found in Cuba, Mexico, Texas, and Nevada. And also, while I was in Cuba and was going to those different sites, I saw the similarity in names of the ports there and some of the names in Mexico and Texas. In Patrick Hughes' book, Columbus Was Last, he reports that during Columbus' second voyage, he was told by Indians in Hispaniola, Haiti. Wait a minute. Let me sip my motherfucking water again, because I'm about to get in your ass, Dominica.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get this shit clear, Dominicans. It was Haiti before, and it's Haiti now, goddammit. Dominican is man-made derived. He reports that during Columbus' second voyage, he was told by Indians in Haiti that black people had been on the island before him. So, Dominicans, you're gonna pay a huge fucking price. What you are doing to the Haitians, that is their fucking land. And you got the nerve to divide the shit and have them living in fucking poverty and gonna tell them that they can't cross over the line of their own shit. They presented Columbus with spears of these African Muslims. These weapons were tipped with yellow metal that the Indians call Ghanine, a word from West Africa meaning gold alloy. The word Ghanaian is related to the word Ghana, which means wealth. This metal was later discovered to be 18 parts gold, 6 parts silver, and 8 parts copper, which was the same ratio as the metal produced in metal shops in Guyana, Africa. In Barry Fell's book, Sage of America, he points to evidence supporting the arrival of Muslims century before Columbus. He discovered the existence of Muslim schools in the Valley of Fire, Allen Springs, Lagomarsino, Kehoe Canyon, Washoe, and Hickinson Summon Pass. Nevada, in Mesa Verde, Colorado, Members Valley, New Mexico, and Tippecanoe. Indiana, dating back to 700 through 800 CE. He found engravings on rocks in the Barrens West U.S. text, diagrams, and charts representing fragments of what was once a system of school of both at an elementary and higher level. He points out that the language of instruction was North African Arabic written in Old Kufic Arabic scripts. Dr. Fell reports that the Southwest Pima people possessed a vocabulary which contained words of Arabic origin. He also reports that in Inyo County, California, there exists an early rock carving which states in Arabic, Yasa ben Maria, Jesus, son of Mary. The descendants of early Muslims to the Americas married and lived among many, and I don't even want to say Native Indians because that shit fucking pisses me off, indigenous copper-colored Indians. Some were members of the present Algonquin, what is that, Anasazi, Hohokam, Iroquois, and Olmec people of the Americas. Let me read that for the slow folks in the motherfucking back. Some were members of the present Algonquin, Anasazi, Hohokam, Iroquois, and Olmec people of the Americas. So already fucking here. In Dr. Sertima's book, African Presence in Early America, he points out that he found a dot and crescent script in the Reef Bay Valley of St. John's, U.S. Virgin Islands. Now, when I brought up that Liberia colonization map, that St. John's name was on there. All right, he points out that he found a dot and crescent script in the Reef Bay Valley at St. John's, U.S. Virgin Island, that states plunge into cleansing and dissolve away impurity and trouble. This is the water for ritual ablution before devotion. Okay, Brother Sean. Okay, I'm almost done. Post Columbus, and he lists the reference, y'all can, from his all of what he just mentioned above. Those are the receipts. Post-Columbus and early settlement. Historical records document that from 1492 through the early 1600s, an estimated 500,000 Jews and Muslims were exiled from Spain and Portugal through a religious witch hunt known as the Spanish Inquisition. The Muslims were known as, damn, I know that word, Moors. I'm just going to say Moors. Mutajan. Moors. And okay.
Moriscos.
And Moriscos. So basically what we're calling today Moors.
You know what they call Moriscos? They said it was Moriscos in the definition that I learned. It was the Jewish people who came from Spain who wouldn't accept Christianity. And they were Mexican that came from Spain that wouldn't accept Christianity.
Now that's interesting. That's really interesting, sis.
And so they went undercover and accepted, the Christian churches, but were Jewish undercover.
Well,
and they call them Maurice. Mm-hmm.
Keep reading.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I'm saying, keep reading.
Yeah. Okay, I'll shut up and keep reading. Records show that wherever these exiles traveled, they identified themselves as Portuguese. So much so, the term became almost synonymous for both the Muslims and the Jews who had been exiled during the Inquisition.
Oh, that's what I was saying.
As the Inquisition grew in power, even the Christianized Moors and Jews were forced into exile. They became known as the conversos. Many of the early Muslim settlers from 1500 to 1700 came from the Spanish Inquisition and came from the Barbary Coast Wars. We're going to say that for the slow ones in the back. They became known as the conversos. Many of the early Muslims settled from 1500 to 1700 came from the Spanish Inquisition, and some came from the Barbary Coast Wars. Now, would that not also explain how the intermarrying started to take place between the copper-colored indigenous Americans on Turtle Island and the Moors?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay then. Because he said from 1500s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
1700.
Okay. All right, okay. And since Cheryl just gave us a jewel tonight that Iroquois is derivative of French Iroquois. Oh, okay then. Estevanico came from Azamor, Morocco in 1527 with the Spaniards as part of the remaining crew of Panfilo de Narvaez expedition. Estevanico was among the first of the two people to reach the west coast of Mexico in an expedition overland from Florida to the Pacific coast. In 1538, he led an expedition from Mexico with Friar Marco, where he discovered Arizona and New Mexico. In which that would kind of make sense, because remember, the Spanish and the Dutch start tussling over land, but wasn't the Spanish over on Turtle Island first?
Yeah, in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Tejas, as they call it.
And I find it fascinating that everybody bring their motherfucking asses over to Turtle Island, fucking discovering stuff.
And then enslave the people here.
In the 1550s, Nasruddin, the Egyptian, settled near the huts. God damn it, we can't make this up. Let me sip water. Let me sip water again. In the 1550s, Nasruddin, the Egyptian, settled near the Hudson River in the Catskill region of upstate New York. He was called Prince Nasruddin. Am I missing something? How's Egypt over here?
They invaded. The Mormons have a documentary that they tried to invade here for 600 years. The Moors and the Europeans or whatever tried to come here, and we warded them off. And you know what? In when rocks cry out, he has that in there too. That they took down the Venezuela area first, and then they came and did the South America because they couldn't get in. And some of the weaponry of the Romans were here. They found their horse bones and stuff here.
Yep. That makes sense, sis. That's a very great point. Very great point. All right, so here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's just like earlier when they said that they were showing Columbus the arrows from the Africans that he came over there. Obviously, they kicked their ass and sent them off running and then showing off their little arrows and shit like the motherfuckers came over here with this little shit, got their ass kicked.
Right, got their asses handed to them. Because if you really think about it, we really did not just totally started losing shit until we started agreeing, and not all of us, I want to be clear, not all of our ancestors agreed to the fuckery, to trade and commerce. But that was really our decline.
Right.
Because everybody else was like, get the fuck out of here, bruh. We live off the land, now you free to, motherfucking visit or whatever. And we'll feed you, put you up for a couple nights. But after that, you're going to have to get the fuck on with that bullshit.
Emil? Kahoot? What is it? Ahu? He said that a canoe from here.
Caramel.
I always forget his name.
Yes. Okay.
He said that a canoe from here, they had canoes, and they started going over to Europe with corn and stuff, and that's how they got corn over there in Europe. Is from here. And some of them were found dead almost on the shores of England or whatever, Europe, someplace in Europe, because they had, went over in a canoe.
Yep. So again, we really, as a collective, once we started, not all of us, some of the ancestors started marrying with motherfuckers and cutting deals and doing commerce, that's when the slow takeover started to happen. And then we started warring, like, wait a minute, motherfucker, I didn't cut no deal with them. Now these bitches on my stuff. I can't remember a time when my ancestors didn't have this land. I don't give a fuck what deal you cut with your bruh-law. They ain't got shit to do with me, bruh. All right. So Nasser Dean, who brought his ass up to the Hudson River in the Catskill region of upstate New York, allegedly and supposedly fell in love with the copper-colored indigenous American princess named Lawana. Now, I don't know about you, but I know a lot of sisters with that motherfucking derivative name right there.
Lawana?
Latwana. But I said Lawana because we know a lot of motherfuckers, you throw that Wana on the end, who's married someone else of her choice and tribe. Okay, so supposedly he fell in love with Latwana, who married someone else of her choice and tribe. The report has it that he poisoned her on her wedding night by giving a gift with a poisonous snake inside. There go that motherfucking snake.
Cleopatra.
I told you, snakes just don't just be thinking that snakes are the quote Caucasians. Goddamn it, a snake is a snake. Like Big Mama and them say, that nigga is a snake in the grass. The warriors of the Mohawk tribe captured him and burned Nasruddin at the stake. in Puerto Rico at the 1500 era-built Fort of the Moors. And there was another place that I visit. Soon as I saw that port, I saw the Moors built this shit. I don't give a fuck what this tour guide said. God damn it, I know the Moors shit when I see the Moors shit. This is Moors shit. In Puerto Rico, at the 1500 era-built Fort of Moors, Arabic writings have been found on the walls of the fort, even in old San Juan downtown. And that's actually where I was. I was in San Juan. We found a restaurant storefront decorated in Arabic tiles. And if y'all ever in San Juan, check out that downtown area. I was able to pick up an actual chess piece, hand-carved chess piece. I gave it as a gift. And the chess pieces were made out of copper-colored indigenous Americas fighting against Europeans. So they have some real good gems. Just all you have to do is walk. When you're traveling to these different places, I make it my business to go to the ancient buildings and look around. And now that you know what you know, you can look at a building. You should be able to look at an ancient building and you should be able to tell the period, and you should be able to tell who built it. All right. And it's funny because my sisters, because I travel with my sisters, they be like, look, don't start with this tour guide, because we know that you know what he's saying is bullshit. I'm like, no, I would never do that, because that's his job. That's how he was indoctrinated, blah, blah, blah. I know what the fuck it is. But anyhow, in 1566, the Spanish and the Melungeons had their earliest settlement in Santa Elena, South Carolina, which flourished until the British overran them in 1587. Okay, because we told y'all that the Spanish was fucking around first. Damn, but isn't that word? Damn it, what was that word? That word came up in white trash.
Yeah, Melungeons, yeah. They're probably half breeds or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I thought. The Melungeons, yep. All right. The Moors became known. Oh shit, y'all. I just straight up can't. I just can't. The Moors became known as the Melungeons. They were the first people, aside from the Native Americans, to penetrate deeply into the Appalachian region. So, am I misreading that, Brother Sean? So how was the Moors already over here and shit?
Mm.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
The word Melungeon, the word Melungeon has both Arabic and Turkish roots. Oh, hell to the no, no, no. Meaning cursed soul. I told y'all about taking on these titles. You better be very fucking careful. I told y'all. In Portuguese, Malungo means shipmate. In Arabic, Madajin Malun means one that carries bad luck or ill omen. And can in the Turkish language means soul. I fucking told y'all about carrying these titles. Words have energy. You take on that energy and the associated karmic debt. In the Turkish language, Malun, Khan, means one whose soul is a born loser. The Melungeons lived in Tennessee, Virginia, North Carolina, and Kentucky. In William Harlan's report, Surviving Indian Groups of the Eastern United States Annual Report, Smithsonian Institution, they motherfucking stinking ass, he states that the principal family names of the Melungeons of Virginia and, oh child, let me wet my whistle. And I found out the Whispers didn't make that song first. It was another group that made the song first, but
oh wow,
I can't think of it. It's either Atlantic Star, one of those. Damn, it was a good documentary on them too. They wrote it for the Whispers originally. The Whispers didn't write it. They recorded it, and then the Whispers re-recorded it. All right, but anyhow, here we go. Surviving Indian Groups of Eastern United States Annual Report, Smithsonian Institution. He states that the principal family names of the Melungeons of Virginia and Tennessee are Adams, Atkins, Bell, Bolin, Collins, Denham, Fields, Freeman, Gann, Gibson, Goins, Gorvins, Graham, Lawson, Maloney, Mullins, Mellons, Noel, Penor, Sexton, and Wright. All right. There you go. So, I'm going to say again, when you submitting all this motherfucking paperwork and you ain't done your goddamn due diligence to know who you are, that's why you get laughed at, locked the fuck up, all of that. Because they know whom is whom. In 1586, the English pirate Sir Francis Drake proceeded to raid his Spanish and Portuguese enemy on the coast of Brazil. During the raid, Drake liberated or captured 400 Portuguese and Spanish held prisoners, including an estimated 300 Moorish and Turkish galley slaves who were captured in the Mediterranean Sea battles, as well as several dozen of South American Indians, a smaller group of West African Muslims, and a few Portuguese soldiers. Did I hear a smaller group of West Africans?
Mm-hmm.
So, where'd the millions come from on the ships?
Still looking for that one.
Yeah, me too. Drake had planned to arm and release the Turks and Africans on Cuba, but heavy storms forced them to continue up the coast of North Carolina. Well, damn, weren't they just coming from Brazil? So they couldn't even make it from motherfucking Brazil to Cuba? But yet they brought millions of West African slaves to the Americas. Get the fuck out of here. All right. Drake finally landed well on Roanoke Island, North Carolina, where he met some stranded English settlers pleading for a ride home. Reports have it that he left at least 200 of the Moors, Turks, West African, Portugal soldiers, and South American Indians there on the island. That don't sound like no millions to motherfucking me.
Not at all. At least 200.
Exactly. In 1639, the Blackmore known to arrive in Delmarva area.
The first Black Moor.
Oh, yeah, sorry. In 1639. Oh, shit. Let me wet my whistle again. God damn it. Ciao. In 1639, the first Black Moor known to arrive in the Delmarva area was named Anthony, who lived in Wilmington, Delaware area. In 1654, the English explorers reported a colony of bearded people wearing European clothing, living in cabins, smelting silver, and dropping to their knees to pray many times daily wherever they might be. Who prays several times a day?
Muslims. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, then. Plus, they were wearing European clothing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. They encountered them in forests where they preferred the freedom of the wilderness to the safety and comfort of Jamestown. In 1670, the Virginia General Assembly passed the 1670 Act declaring who would be slaves, excluding the Turks and Moors, whose country had amity with the King of England, from Virginia General Assembly records 1733 and 1752. So, who was the King of England at that time? That would be King George.
Mm-hmm.
The same King George that issued those charters for the early colonies. Okay. The same
and
King.
we see who cut deals.
Exactly. Exactly. So hopefully, family, you all go look at Hamilton. Because like I took and told y'all, and this is proving it, that all of that founding father shit was melanated people. Melanated Europeans. By 1684, reports began to come in of Moors arriving and living in the Delaware area. The group was known as the Moors of Delaware. They lived in Kent County and Cheswold near Dover, Delaware, and in Bridgeton, and in southern New Jersey. The Moors arrived in the area from the mid to late 1600. Wait a minute, I thought they was indigenous to the land. Oh, okay.
You know, that information matches the Virginia governors or whatever he was that wrote that in the book. That's the Africans, they call them Africans in his stuff, but they came on those ships in the 1600s to Virginia. That's what it matches.
Now that's a good point. See how they twist shit though, sis? Because they didn't come from Africa though.
Yeah, it's true. They were the good citizens that are partial and part of this country.
Yeah, the fuckery. See, we busting them with their own shit. But that's what happens when you take somebody's word for something versus you picking up some goddamn books and researching your motherfucking self. Because it's there. It's definitely there. All right. These Moors had mixed and married among the Nanticoke Indians. The Moors of Delaware's principal family names. I got to sip some water. Wet my whistle. Doom, doom, doom. All right, Moors of Delaware. Principal family names: Carney, Carter, Carver, Coker, Dean, Durham, Hansley, Hansor, Hughes, Morgan, Mosley, Munsey, Reed, Ridgway, Salmons, and Seeney. Right? So those surnames, the Moors married into the Nanticoke Indians. Just like we told y'all, when you do your ancestry, more than likely, it's going to trace back part of it to Europe, and then the other half to the Americas. And the part that traces back to Europe is probably going to be on the male side. And the indigenous to the Americas side is probably going to be through the mother. All right, so Moors, the lineage is still with the indigenous, autochthonous women. Y'all brought that fuckery over here with land being transferred to the male. And ever since some of our ancestors took on that fuck shit, it has been chaos and hell. All right. A smaller group of the Laster tribe lived just outside of the town of Hertford, North Carolina, in the Paraquamis County. They are known to be a mixed tribe who has a tradition of descent from a Moorish sea captain who married a white woman and settled in that area. The Laster, oh, but wait a minute. In they motherfucking defense in this information, they show made a distinction that he married that motherfucking white woman, didn't they?
Exactly.
Exactly. All right. So white folk, they wasn't even talking about you up in this motherfucking mix. You didn't come into play, like I said, into the late 1800s, early 1900s. All right. The Lastairs' principal family names are the Coe clan, Pools, Slaughters, Van Gilders, Goings, and Malleys. According to William Harlan in Surviving Indian Groups of the Eastern United States Annual Report, Smithsonian Institution, they funky ass. Other known groups were the Arabs of Summit in Shoalshire or Schoharie County, New York. The Mecca Indians, the Hassan Mesco Nipmug of Massachusetts, the Turks of South Carolina, the Brass Ankles of South Carolina. That's kind of cute, Brass Ankles. The Brass Ankles of South Carolina, and the Seminoles of Florida. These were among the many different groups found here in America. All right, so now unless I'm misreading this, is this not saying that those particular groups were mixed with the Arabs were mixed with indigenous folks, or am I just reading this shit incorrectly?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
A lot of mixing.
Oh, okay. Okay. In the book, Pirates, Utopia, Moorish, Corsairs, and European Renegades. Damn, somebody put in the chat room Renegades. Y'all made a link to a connection to renegades. If you can repost that for me, please do. Because y'all show says somebody, I think you said Hamilton. God damn it, was that you, Purple, that said Hamilton was known as a renegade? I think you did say that, but anyhow. In the book Pirate Utopia, Moorish and European Renegades by Peter Lambert Wilson, he cites that in 1627, Muslim pirates from Al-Salasi, whatever, Morocco in the...
I was thinking the same thing.
Morocco and the Barbary Coast attacked Baltimore, Ireland, and held it for 68 days. At that time, the southern and western parts of Ireland were infested with pirates, just as the Barbary Coast. A poem was also written about it, The Sack of Baltimore. There was also a famous woman pirate, named Grace O'Malley, who ruled her own little kingdom in Mayo. In B. Quinn's book, he points out that the pre-Celtic tribes of Munster was called the Hiberni. They were assumed a branch of the Iberi from Spain. Now, I'm going to wet my whistle, Sean. You want to interpret what that means to you? Shit.
They were assumed branch of Iberi. Iberian Peninsula.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then. The reason why I mentioned the Muslims in Ireland is three things. The Muslims from Al-Salasi, Morocco, as well as the one found living in South Carolina, and many African Americans during slavery and right after slavery. Ooh dee da do 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 do. I goddamn it told y'all. Research your ancestry. Let me read this shit again, god damn it. The Muslims from Al-Salasi, Morocco, as well as the one found living in South Carolina, and many African Americans during slavery and right after slavery married Irish indentured servants, including my own African enslaved ancestor. Now, we have already proven that a lot of the indentured servants also were melanated. You had the white Slavs, but a lot of those Irish were melanated. That's why I told y'all, when you researching your ancestry, if you run across something saying that you are linked with somebody in Europe, god damn it, that's what it is. Third, we found more than a dozen people in the United States 1800 census that came from Ireland with Islamic last names such as Islam and Mohammed. All right, so he lists his receipts. So again, ciao. I guess I'm gonna look at the 1700s, Brother Sean, maybe for next week. We can't make this goddamn stuff up.
Right.
Because we done took and told them that. We done took and told them. Collections and Stories of American Muslims, Inc. This is off the website, muslimsinamerica.org. All right. So I'll pause in case sis or brother Sean, y'all want to put something on it before we go on.
I mean, it is right there. I mean, if they're talking about when they arrived over here and that they settled here or this, that means they wasn't already here.
Exactly.
And then they began to take on indigenous names.
Exactly.
Becoming members of the indigenous tribes just to later on have their children usurp
That's
the
right.
true indigenous people. Just like what the Chinese doing now.
It's the same
They got
thing.
citizens everywhere. They got people every goddamn where.
Absolutely. Because they all up and through Africa like a motherfucker. Marrying the women. And once again, them corrupt ass African leaders. Because again, it's the same fucking script. It's the same script.
Yeah.
They let in the front door.
You know, the worst part about it, they seem to all have the same ulterior motive. I mean, it must have been written in their genes after they fell that they need to take over territory and claim it for their God. Or
Right.
whatever they call it.
Right,
for.
because if you come from a source of destruction because you don't know how to be in harmony with mother, because number one, you feel mother is beneath you and that you are supposed to dominate mother.
That may be the reason we don't have what we call love in our families, that so many have come in there for an ulterior motive and not to love the female.
Oh,
they
absolutely. Absolutely. The biggest fall of the indigenous people was when they started disrespecting mother. That was the biggest fall. Because all them goddamn supposedly and allegedly treaties and agreements with men, we ain't authorized the goddamn thing. Because the men cannot own land. The land is through the lineage of the mother.
Yeah, but you know, they didn't switch it around that the woman brings her dowry in and then it belongs to the man when she gets to it. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. So even the marriage gives possession to the land.
Trusty says, these people seem to have been homeless and needed to be tied to land by marriage. Well.
And our women give their all for family, and they come and do their thing, leave their seed, and all they want was what she had.
Still disrespect the woman. Still be talking shit, talking out the side of their motherfucking neck, and you ain't got a pot to piss in, nigga, or a window to throw it out. Throw it out.
Yep, they're still around in it. Let's see.
Yeah, you know, I got that from Big Mama. When she was ready to cuss your motherfucking ass out, you gonna get grandiose on her?
Well, that's what's our culture is so broken down, and our kids don't belong to anybody because they don't want to belong to the mama. They want to belong to the man, but the man don't want to belong to the family because all he wanted was what she could do for him. Because they're all foreigners to this land.
Exactly. So, which would make sense why those that are deep into pushing the paperwork do what they do.
Right.
Because
and they want to marry every melanated female, whether she's butt ugly or or not, you know. They say you have to have it. And they want to marry 2, 3, 4 of them. They don't just want one. They want several of them. Because that means they have several parcels of land they're getting, they hope.
If they don't get the fuck out of here with their dusty asses, I done said this before. Get the fuck on out of here with your dusty ass. You done lived off of women and children for long enough. That shit is over with.
Yeah.
You niggas that lived off of Mama Earth for long enough. You done swung off her tit, and then you disrespectful with it on top of it.
Right.
And then you wonder why you fucking cursed, and you can't have a goddamn thing, and you ain't gonna never have a goddamn thing. And if you keep fucking around, you just may not be here. To keep it real with you, you ain't scheduled to make it, nigga, because you got melanated skin.
Well, they're going to be got off this land. That's what's going to happen.
It is based on your vibration.
The heart is not pure.
You are not motherfucking scheduled to be here. And I'm not talking about just on Turtle Island. I'm talking about all of Mama. She don't have to have your dusty, rusty ass on here purred.
That's true.
Now go package that up, nigga, and submit that fucking paperwork.
So that's what the big function is in this culture. That they married in to bring nothing to the table.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it makes so much sense why in those particular groups it is so chauvinistic.
Yes, indeed.
This shit
the little
is
woman.
Deep.
All you to do is to cook, clean, and have babies. Yeah,
With they rusty, dusty asses.
They don't honor women at all. I paid for you. You my wife.
Nigga, you can't afford me. How about that? You ain't got shit to give me that I already don't have.
Wow, that's crazy. Whew.
So don't get mad. Don't get mad. Talking about the angry black female. Go stand out there and tell that to that motherfucking plasma and UVA radiation. How the black woman is angry. Nigga, she got every right to be angry.
Wow, that's crazy.
You're not getting away with a motherfucking thing. All the cards are being called in. All of them.
And I want our women to realize it's not personal that they did us like that. It's for the land.
Absolutely.
It wasn't about...
Absolutely. Like Sis Tressie said, thank you, Sis Tressie. Motherfucker, you was homeless? You was homeless? And you gonna come in my shit? And beat on me and misuse me and make me serve you? Oh, nigga, you got another thing coming. That shit is over with. So don't get your fucking feelings hurt when sisters not gonna quote, quote, submit to your sick ass patriarch shit.
Wow.
Yeah, sis Cheryl, Moors wanting your property signed over to their temple. They don't get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
They do.
And they can't even get the folks that they set up to run shit to even honor their own shit. That's what the part that cracks me all the way to fuck up.
Wow. Conveying to them. A general conveyance, I think they do.
Yeah, with all that bullshit. I'm sorry, yeah, go ahead, Brother Sean.
We got to keep it all the way real, though. Along the way, it's been some dirty sisters, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Everything just fall because of the brothers.
Absolutely. And you desperate ass, pick-me ass bitches, we see you too, whore. You ain't getting away with it. So don't come in my fucking face with that submit shit. With that polygamy shit. That's the way we need to go. Bitch, you and yours go that way. You continue to be enslaved and have a spell on you. Because if you fuck with me, whore, your head is coming off too. You and your dusty ass man. So don't think you escaping it either. Whore, we see you.
Oh my
You
God.
got to remember that a lot of them are off into the feminist movement, and they actually like other women. They actually hate men. There's no balance in them.
Oh yeah, that too.
True.
I mean, we all have to be accountable for
Absolutely.
our partners.
Wow.
And it's basically with self, though. That's what people have to realize. We can't correct everything with everyone else.
Exactly.
We have to correct what's wrong with self. Period. And those who don't break their bloodline curses, we don't have to worry about them at all. Not at all. Because they're removing themselves.
They really are.
With the titles they place on themselves, with their belief systems,
Yep.
with their willingness to be followers,
Yep.
with their willingness not to put in work.
Yep.
Want everything handed to them. Don't want to do nothing. Give up anything and everything just to be given crumbs.
Yep.
I don't even want that for real. I mean, are people using each other, whether it be male or female?
Yep. Like Sis Cheryl said, whoring. Absolutely. Whores.
We have to learn to love one another again. I know some of us have been at that stage where through these new age teachings that tell you, you know, alone but not lonely, this, that, or the other. That's still only for so long. That's not divine feminine and divine masculine creating a trinity if you're by yourself. You're here for wholeness, not to remain in pieces, even though we seek peace. But our true power is in wholeness. We're supposed to be together. If we weren't, why is there such a thing as a twin flame? If there is. But we have a lot of soul searching to do. As it said in that article, in Turkish, can means soul.
Yep.
American, Jamaican. I mean, even if you decide to go with African, as far as for the image that they're giving us today, everything with can on the end of it was the original melanated people, thus the people with souls.
That's right.
That's why the rest of them are ish or whatever, because they're trying to be like.
Exactly.
Knowing who you are and being who you are is two different things. Knowing who you are is the first step. It's not the end of your journey. You just beginning.
That's right.
You're just not getting back to level zero. You're just not getting back on ground. The real work begins now. Everything's been took care of in the spiritual realm.
Yes, it has.
You have this body to accomplish here, physically, and you refuse to do it. Why? I'm really not sure. I mean, I guess it has to do with why you complain. You believed what the Moors tell you,
Mm-hmm.
that you sleep and that these people going to give it back to you. As you see, these motherfuckers don't even want to pass it down to the next motherfucker that they're supposed to pass it down to.
Exactly.
These motherfuckers trying to rewrite things. They trying to be president forever. They trying to change the presidency to being a king and this, that, or that. These motherfuckers ain't satisfied with shit. The more you give them, the more they take. And us being a loving and giving people, we ain't learned to tell a motherfucker no but each other. I see it all the time. A white motherfucker can ask for something. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, sir. This, that, and other. Somebody, quote, unquote, black ass you. Some nigga, no, get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah.
Get your job, nigga.
Exactly.
Ain't no spare change.
Exactly. Or the same information we spitting, the white man gotta tell y'all, oh, that's true. Nigga, I've been telling you this shit since I fucking been on the air. And like sis Don Napoleon said, we gonna remember this shit. Cause basically y'all telling us the white man's ice is colder.
Right. I mean, it's all right in our face. Everything.
Yep.
The only people that they are really trying to hide on this planet is us.
Yep.
You can find out everything about everybody else on every goddamn corner of the planet, in the earth, outside the earth, and everything.
Right.
Aliens, all type of shit. You can find out information about everybody but us.
Right. Even the aliens, goddamn it, what you say, Sean? They even got a better laid out.
Right. Members of the UN and every goddamn thing. I mean, they just, every motherfucker. We're in the military and the Secret Service, like that goddamn giant Trump got in his Secret Service detail.
Yeah.
That motherfucker, he halfway up the goddamn plane engine. And the reporters look like they're about at his waist.
Yep. I saw that picture. I was like, child, I just can't. Yeah.
And don't nobody talk about that. I mean, ain't none of the reporters said nothing about that. I know if I went to take pictures of the president, that big motherfucker came out, I'm like, oh, hell no.
Exactly.
What the fuck?
I would have snapped that pic, snapped a couple of pics, and got the hell on.
I mean, but they say, and the killing part about that picture is from the White House Twitter page. It's their picture. Child. It's not something that the Patriots made up or whatever. That's directly from the White House official Twitter page.
But people so fucking sleep. And that's what we talk about, being under this fucking spell. That's being under a spell at its finest.
I mean, it's just crazy the shit that people just let slide past.
Exactly.
And then once the media tell them what they should be upset about or feel a certain way about it, then they do it.
Right. 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 And I think Purple put in here that his only allegiance, and yeah, that's what you said. My allegiance is to my bloodline.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Absolutely, Purple. Absolutely. So again, we're bringing these things to you, family, to show you the real deal. Because at the end of the day, this is all about energy, i.e. your soul consciousness. These beings need to be fed. And they looking for you to motherfucking sign up with them to repeat another cycle of thousands of years. And if you cool with that, that's your motherfucking business. I wish you well. No judgment on my part, none of that. But we're just telling you what's going on. Because now it's being turned back over to the melanated folk. Not for the purpose of that's the way it's supposed to be. That shit was some rotten ass, foul ass, motherfucking stuff. This, that, and the third. No, it's for the purpose of restarting a new cycle, but basically with the same fuckery.
It says.
Go ahead.
What else I noticed about that article was that the Moors was creeping their asses over here in the incremental groups. They wasn't running shit.
Wasn't running a motherfucking thing. No.
Then when the rest of them got over here, they enslaved their asses too, and they was running around begging for shit until they was able to cut a deal.
Exactly.
And still got played.
Exactly. So basically, if they came over here originally with that fuck shit, they got their asses handed to them. So technically, we were never really taken down.
Nope.
We took ourselves down as a collective.
That motherfuckers infiltrate.
Infiltrating, laying up with motherfuckers. You know, like Big Mama and them say, you lay down with dogs, you wake up with fleas.
That's right, that's right.
Cause she told you that nigga wasn't shit. She told you his people wasn't shit. So you gonna go on and lay on up with him anyway, marry on up with him anyway. Now you sitting at my kitchen table with a black eye cause he done beat your ass. Yeah. So that's how we were overthrown. It was us. We started cutting a deal, not all of us, marrying into with them. Then they start fighting over our shit. And that's when all hell broke loose. To the point that the European kingdoms, the melanated European kingdoms was like, we got to get these niggas out of power. Mulattoes, step up.
Melaninated.
Step up. We finna put y'all in these motherfucking seats.
And melaninated. Cursed souls.
Cursed souls.
Now, I wonder if that's where they lumped that in with the Jew mix, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
And then you got, they allegedly cursed by their God and sent around to do this, that, or the other. You're cursed by your God. But then he gives you permission to go take other people's land.
Right, go fuck with other people. Right.
So, if you really think about it, he was telling the motherfuckers to continue cursing themselves.
Dang.
Because all the karma from all this conquest they did, they still got to pay for that shit.
Yes, sir.
Y'all God really hate y'all. Y'all think he done delivered y'all and all this, that, other. He hates you motherfuckers. He sent you on missions that was going to condemn your ass forever and ever and ever and ever. And y'all do it gladly. Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Condemn your ass forever? Sure will. Sure will.
Show in the fuck will. Absolutely. Damn, Brother Sean, that shit is deep, because we done took and told y'all that who you are calling Lord and God and Savior, you better know who the fuck you calling on. Because you calling on these demiurges.
Because don't they do a lot of praying and a lot of crime and a lot of living in fear? Ain't that what them energy vampires survive off of?
Yeah. And that's all they doing when they, they're aligning themselves to one of the demiurges so they can keep ciphering energy, because the demiurges are the ones trapped. They ain't finna go to no motherfucking higher realms. They really can't survive in this realm. Only way they can survive is by taking energy. So they know the true metaphysics. They know the true laws, which are the laws of karma, the laws of the universe. So, Brother Sean, you knocked that shit out the park. So yeah, they gonna tell them, oh yeah, go on, keep taking this, keep taking that. Because motherfucker, you gonna be right back there with them with the fuck shit. Repeating another cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Incarnating back, your motherfucking memory wiped again. Back in bondage. So all I'm saying is, just know what you're signing up for.
And everybody want to claim that history. Everybody want to be tied to that bloodline. Hebrew Israelite. I'm just trying to figure out why everybody wants to be the ones who have suffered, because that book told you those who suffered the most will be first in the kingdom.
And that sounds like a spell and brainwashing to me. That sounds like a motherfucking pimp. That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah, baby, no, you doing all of this so we can be together. Oh, yeah, okay then. That sounds like a pimp to me.
Yeah, but the thing that they didn't figure out is first in what fucking kingdom?
Shit.
If we're matrilineal people, if everything goes through the woman, the fact that you think that you're about to be set up in a kingdom should be the fuckery sign for you right there.
Right.
I don't get it, though. I mean, I do, but I don't, because I'm not supposed to.
Right. Right. When you have moved beyond that. Exactly. When you've moved beyond that, it is what it is. And that's why, I put the information out there. I'm not trying to tell people, what you need to believe on a religious basis. All I say is you better be goddamn sure.
It's this.
Mm-hmm.
Key logos put in, that's why I just asked who were the mothers of these so-called Moors. I never see them. And you never hear any of them talking about a matrilineal.
No.
You never hear them talking about them. They're always talking about some man.
Yep.
More phallus worship.
Yep. Always.
Goddamn dick riders.
Yeah. And then when they did come over here and start marrying, they brought that fuck shit over here, and we allowed them. We allowed them. And all the way up to the Empress, who proved that her people were who they were. And I know I called this out last week, and I'm going to continue to fucking call it out, because you niggas should be ashamed how you treated the Empress of the Washita Nation. You motherfucking should be ashamed of yourself. We know the stories.
Ain't no passes. Ain't no passes.
Exactly. We know the stories. And then you wonder why you don't have shit. You wonder why you get locked the fuck up. So it is what it is. We're bringing this information to you because we are at a crossroad, literally. We're at a crossroad. We're at a crossroad to a new realm. How do you want to vibrate? Do you want to start this new cycle with giving it another try? With patriarch rule? Oh, but this time it's going to be different. Because it's going to be melanated patriarch rule. Although the melanated patriarch rule ain't done shit for the melanated woman. It has proven to be incapable of rulership. Because your funk ass thousands of years of ruling don't match the millions of years of the matriarch. But now, if that's what you want to experience, having the experience of being melanated and rulership positions, this is your time. I'm not finna sit up here and fucking lie to you. This is your time. Take that path. I'm just gonna tell you how the story gonna end. Because it's gonna cycle back around to the same caste system of the 1% owning and the rest still falling up under slavery. Or you done with that. You're done with the 3D experience, lower vibrational experience, and you're moving on to higher vibrational realms where there is abundance, where you create what you need and you keep it pushing, where you are in harmony and where you are truly a creator. That's where we are, folks. At the end of the day, that's what this shit is all fucking about. It's about your soul consciousness. And you do have the choice of what route you want to take. And I have no judgment on your part. Please don't misunderstand me. I have no motherfucking judgment. You do your thing, boo. I'm just putting the information out there for you. All right, so I do want to, y'all know my guy. Oh, this is such my guy, New Earth Productions. Whew. He puts out a video every day. So I do want to get this one in. He says, stay humble, for the cult will get you. Boom. He actually had two. You know what? Let me do this one. Damn, he had like three I wanted to go over. I know. And you know, he was hitting right on what we've been talking about. And one of them, he went into the Anunnaki And I know I put it in my motherfucking notes, and now all of a sudden it's gone. I'll get it, pull it for you next week. When he talked about the Anunnaki and all of that shit that we did with the ancient, the creation story myths, going into that. So let me shut the fuck up and go on and play these. So let me go first to, again, this is my guy, New Earth Productions. That's his YouTube channel out of Cali. This one is Stay Humble or the Cult Will Get You. So let me play that one. And then we may have time for another one.
Bang, bang. What up, fam? Source God. Yo, guys, chill out. Chill. Yeah, so fam, let's talk about the law of reversal. The laws of Baphomet. See? The society of Thelema, the Thelemites. See? The followers of Aleister Crowley. Meaning all your world leaders, all your idols, all your actors, politicians, every fucking single one of them are practitioners of the laws of Thelema, the law of reversal, right? Now, fam, this cult that these fuckers are a part of, right? It's the same cult from ancient Babylon, the cult of Baal, the cult of Mithra. You see me I say? One name, Ahura Mazda. The whole of the fuck of them. It's the same cult. Hasn't changed. It transformed from Rome, then it went from Babylon to Rome, now Rome to here in these modern times. The same cult. They never stopped doing what they're doing. They only enhanced their style. Meaning, the Romans claim they became civilized. So instead of raping little boys in the middle of the streets in the forest, right in the house and throwing them out the window and shit, because literally, this is what they did in Rome. It was an open thing. They became civilized family. So the raping of little boys and children, they started doing underground and hiding it. All the rituals and shit, they started hiding it because they became Christians. Okay? The Church of Rome, the Vatican, its policy from the beginning of time, family, was that their priests were allowed to fuck little boys because the little boy energy gave them strength. That's how these vampires absorb energy. They say that, they say that when they rape a little boy in the ass, there's a shock wave that goes from his spine up to the top of his head and busts out his head. See, that way they could brainwash him and put a demon in him, and at the same time, the loosh is exploding out, and they all feed off of that steam. Yeah, go watch that movie, Dr. Sleep. Dr. Sleep breaks this shit down really good. That's why they didn't promote that shit so good. Dr. Sleep, go watch that shit. It's all in Dr. Sleep. Now, family, these demons with their law of reversal, when you join their cult, when you want riches and fame for your family and for your bloodline, and you join their cult, there's a couple different things you could do, right, for your initiation. Now, you can either sacrifice your firstborn, physically kill him, make him sacrifice and drink his blood, drink his steam, drink his loosh, drink his adrenochrome, or you can reversal them. So your firstborn, if it's born a girl, you reversal them into a boy. If they're born a boy, you reversal them into a girl. Yes, that's another form of sacrificing your child. See, you either fully blood sacrifice them or you reverse them. You switch up their sex. Yes, because that's what Baphomet is, if you haven't fucking noticed. It's a transgender. The law of reversal goes against everything of the Most High. They read everything backwards. The Most High says it's man and woman. The reversal say no. It's reverse. It's man and man, woman and woman, transgender. That's their laws. That's why they're pushing it so hard right now in this society, if you haven't noticed or if you're too slow to pick up on the agenda. You see me I say? So yeah, family, let me give you an example of the Church of Rome back in the Vatican, what they used to do. They had this thing called castrados, where they would take little boys and castrate them. And that would cause their voice to stay the same as a little boy. They would never go through puberty. And they would always have that sweet voice like a Michael Jackson type nigga. Not saying he is one, I'm just saying. or a Celine Dion or a Madonna, they long ass limbs and their weird looking bodies and their cat faces from all the surgeries they have to do to cover it up. I'm not saying they are one, but even if I was, they couldn't sue me or do shit, because then we'd have to go to fucking court and prove it, wouldn't we? Yeah, so yeah, don't worry about that. Oh, and as far as them trying to touch the god, yeah, okay. We'll see. This is Orion, nigga. I hunt them. They don't hunt me. They run from me, nigga. I promise you. I'm not like you. I don't fear them. I don't run from them. Their agendas, their diseases, whatever they spread, nigga, don't think I'm worried about it, nigga. No, I'm a child of God. Remember this shit, okay? I'm just here to spread my message. That's it. They can't do a motherfucking thing. I promise you this. Yeah, second they even have the thought, I'm in their motherfucking dream, nigga, on the astral realm, choking them to death. Yeah, they know who the fuck I is. Don't worry about it. But yeah, that's what they do, family. They castrate them little boys. They grow these long limbs. They look weird as fuck, and they make them look like they girls. A lot of you motherfucking singers are that right now. A lot of them motherfuckers are castrados, boys who they're posing as girls. See, just like for years in Rome, no woman can be an actor or actress, whatever. Nah, men played every motherfucking role, and nothing's changed, my niggas. Yo, these cultists, family, their whole fucking purpose in life is to make real motherfuckers seem like we're crazy and we're stupid. Straight the fuck up. Like this shit is some deep, dark conspiracy that nobody knows is going on. Get the fuck out of here. You Jeffrey Epstein ass motherfuckers, all you best friends with Jeffrey Epstein and want to pretend like you ain't know what the fuck he was into. Y'all niggas eat a dick, man. We know what the fuck you Romans are about. Fuck out of my face with that bullshit. Yo, family, let me tell y'all again, man, on a real fucking level. If you want riches and fame in this world, you have to sell the fuck out. You have to sell your soul. This world belongs to the devil, just like it says in the Bible. Not the earth. The trees, the plants, all that shit, that's ours. That's why they destroy it. That's why they murder and torture the animals. It's to hurt us. That's our shit. Their world is the machine city, the artificial shit. See? And if you want part of that, if you want to be a part of their machine material world, own your own private island and have private jets and do all this shit, nigga, you got to sell out to the cult. There ain't no motherfucking ifs, ands, or buts about it. There ain't no going around it. You can't be shit in this world if you don't sell out to the devil, my nigga. Right now, we're in new earth, so shit's flipping. You're going to see the real ones like I and I, you're going to see us start taking off and getting our proper status in life, but through the Most High, in new earth. All right? You see everybody from that old world bullshit, you see all balling and rich with their fancy cars, McLarens, Ferrari, the La Ferrari. Is that what all these motherfuckers talk about? The La Ferrari. Ooh. Motherfucker, you gotta be a pimp squeak, pencil neck, fucking, what underdeveloped penis having ass piece of shit to drive one of them cars. You gotta be like 5 feet tall, nigga. Fuck you. Y'all niggas make them fancy cars and shit for fucking reptiles, nigga. I can't fit in a motherfucking Lambo. I've tried. The closest car that could fit me is a Saline S7. Listen, man, the rest of them shits are made from some little fucking pimp squeak, gay alien head, big head niggas. Fuck that. Y'all niggas, y'all just do the math and notice this shit. Everything that they make that's made for the super rich is geared to some pimp squeak motherfuckers if you ain't noticed. You can't be a real one and mess with that shit. You won't even fit in. And they know they gear everything in society towards their little weak, puny human reptile fucking monkey fucking family, dog. I'm telling you straight up. So yeah, family, when you see a man like Bill Gates and his wife, Bill Gates' wife is the man. Bill Gates is the woman. Believe it or motherfucking not. And the nigga who you think is Bill Gates, that nigga died a long motherfucking time ago and was replaced. Same with his wife. That's how it works. Once you sell your soul, my nigga, you don't get to enjoy that. The devil don't tell the truth. He's a lie. When you sell your soul to the devil, he takes your soul out your body or imprisons you in your body like Get Out, and then another soul comes and takes over your shit, and you have to just sit there in your body watching these niggas run around and do the most wicked shit in your body, and you're just a passenger. Take it for a fucking joke. You see me? Take it for a joke. Because most of you goyim, y'all are just fucking reptile food anyway. I'm not even talking to y'all niggas. I'm talking to the real ones. The ones with the shine. The ones with the gifts. They want you. And if they can't have you, they'll try to eat you. But the only way they can do that is if you make a pact with them. All right? So whatever you fucking do in this life, you stay humble and give thanks for what you have and just live. Whatever riches and fame and shit you might get in life, let it come organically through the Most High. You trying to force right? Oh, you want it now so you can brag and boast and show everybody, oh, you didn't believe in me? All right, nigga, go ahead. Go ahead. Because when you sell your soul, you're actually selling your body. I hope you know that. You're selling your body. You're selling space in your body for a demon to run around this third dimension in. And that's what this cult is all about. It's bringing their wicked fucks from the other side into this side using bodies and machinery. So yeah, man, play with it if you want to. You've been warned. Source got out. Bang, bang. Yeah.
All right, that was New Earth Productions YouTube channel. Stay humble, or the cult will get you. Boom. His Instagram is Orion_Morningstar676. Brother, once again, thank you for that powerful video breaking down what it's really about. It's about soul consciousness and energy and ciphering energy. All right, so damn, we at that time again, y'all. All right, sis, you have any last words for the family?
No, I think I'll pass. That was really potent.
Yeah, that brother brings it, and he puts out at least one video a day. Sometimes I think this week he put out like 2 or 3 a day, and they all be so good. So he gets it.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, it can't get no motherfucking clearer than that, and that's all I'm basically trying to say. I'm not trying to tell people what to do. I'm just putting you up on game. This is what's going on.
Yeah, it's true.
We at a crossroad. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
I mean, but with that last video, other than him keep making reference to the Most High, he's spot on. Unless he talking about the Most High as a frequency.
Exactly, which I'm assuming he is. Yep.
Other than that, though, once again, you know it's up to you to do you. You can't do me. I can't do you. Rhonda can't do you. Sis Sandra can't do you. We come together as a free. Don't mean that you ain't got to put in your individual work.
That's right.
You have to hold up your end of this agreement.
Yep.
Your first priority to your bloodline. Secondly, it's to Mama Earth. You take care of them too. All the rest fall in line.
Indeed.
I digress.
Indeed. I know. Somebody said, oh, Rhonda, it's me, said, dang, this show ends too fast. I know, y'all, we done 4 hours. Yeah, I know. But we'll definitely be back next week. I do want to thank the YouTube family for your love and support. I want to thank the family callers for your love and support. Thank you, Brother 832, for calling in, putting something on it. And thank you, Brother New Earth Productions, for putting something on it and putting out the important message that you're putting out as well. So we will be back next week. Thank you to Sis Sandra and Brother Sean. YouTube world, we are going to have to cut off since folks are so concerned about fiat versus letting people do what they need to do. We're going to close out, rock out with some music with the family callers, with Brother Bill Withers, Lovely Day. Rest in power, Brother Bill. So YouTube family, we love you very much. We're signing off.